Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Yeah.
Outside in, inside out.
You know we're gonna take this shit back, right?
Outside in, inside out.
Merc Heights, I see you.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Republican, Democrat, Democrat, Republican. All of them niggas hustling, so it ain't no trust in them. You've been voting all your life and still suffering. Student loans, daycare fees, sisters be juggling. Divided by the powers, poisons got us perishing. Got you niggas walking around thinking y'all Americans. Obama got you fooled, you thinking he the Messiah, when the truth is all of these presidents barbarians. Life short, but you trying to get your paper tall. All I'm doing is revealing lies they say to y'all. Back in the day, I would probably put that K to y'all. Now I'm saving y'all, and plus I'm chilling with baby doll. Maybe y'all will understand sooner or later, before they depopulators and the oceans turn to vapors. Got me ready to blaze up like every night I'm burning herb. Trapped inside this matrix, thinking how they done turned this world outside in, inside out.
Damn, they done turned this world
Outside in, inside out.
real.
Outside in, inside out.
You know I'm telling the truth.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Some real revolutionaries, we don't fold. I'm in the crib watching Malcolm playing Neo Soul. They getting killed for jackets and buried for sneakers. I done came across some of the scariest creatures. For real, a lot of these dudes I don't care for. On Facebook posting pics of kids they don't care for. Therefore, it ain't no settling like the pilgrims. Hard living, and the prison's a large system. POs on the same team as state prosecutors. Free your mind, it ain't a choice, you gotta do it. Cause the judge and the goddamn lawyers be barbecuing. According to this constitution, you not a human. Freedom thrown away by plea deals they take. Rap beefs is fake. Meek Mills and Drake got me on Mary J. Every night I'm burning herb, looking at all this hate, thinking how we done turned this world outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
For real, shit is terrible.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Take a trip to Egypt to go and view the monuments and watch them ask you who built them. Now that's common sense. Ask me, marching to DC, it's some funny shit. Making demands to the people you spend your money with. You lack consciousness, I'm trying to get your head right. On this road to success, you gotta run red lights. My middle finger was replaced with a fist when I found out the matrix exists. And anyway, what's a middle finger that's waved in the wind versus the unity of a fist and a nation of men? Lies on the news, pausing in the food y'all eat. The White House just a house, the power's on Wall Street. Niggas thinking Jordan, sisters thinking abortion. Man, this shit is sad like notes from an organ. Got me smoking my portion. Every night I'm burning herb, all this pain I'm absorbing. Thinking how they done turned this world outside in, inside out.
Yeah, outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Shit is crazy.
Outside in, inside out.
Fuck the TV. Yeah.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Yeah. Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
I don't even be watching the news.
Outside in, inside out.
Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out. Right. It ain't.
Outside my door, young dudes with texts and Simmons. Swear it's crazy over here in this western hemisphere. Listen here, how what you call a human is engineered with a tear, cause the devil done made his mission clear. Okay, now let me fly y'all away somewhere and just get high all day. I'm playing, they say life is what you make it. What you do in life don't make sense. Some start to take shit, no replacements. Assalamu alaikum, walaikum shalom. In this life, one thing sacred is moms. Can't quite understand how shit has become. 2% rule while the rest live off crumbs. Swear it's crazy. Out here, deep in the slums, the real criminals got the world speaking in tongue. Another mother screaming R.I.P. to his son. Swear we've been pushed to the limit and even beyond. Inhale the smoke till it starts reaching the lungs. Blow a kiss to the earth and throw a piece to the sun. With true love for everybody, even the bomb, precious to life. Got niggas reaching for guns, saying they ready for nobody be when it comes. Keep fighting for liberation, we'll see when it comes. And I'd rather be shot dead, forced in the grave, and be a fake, a sellout, a corporate slave. This life is a gamble. Manage your chips along the way. Crossroads and families split. Damn it, it's sick. Swear all we need is each other. Want your cheddar talk, cholesterol increasing the butter. No need for role models. They drug influence. If I ain't care why I put so much love into it. How we do music, forgetting to put love into it. Destroying the game when our kids got a sub into it.
Sánchez Cocinado.
Peace and much love. Let me give a shout out to Rogue Knowledge. Peace and much love. If you guys can hear me loud and clear, drop a 1. Let me have a mic check. I'm using a different mic today, so the mic check today is important. The mic check is important. Drop a 1 if you guys can hear me loud and clear on the new mic that I'm using today, so that I can be mobile. Drop your boy 1. Can y'all hear me good? Do me a favor, people. Make sure you smash the like and share button on your way in. As always, we want to clap it up and applaud everyone that was able to make it to this awesome, enlightening stream today. Let's clap that up for the people and show some love. And now that we've done that, we want to first of all show some love to our family of Patreons. All of my Patreons out there, I want to say salutes to my Patreons, man. Can't do it without you guys, and I can't do it without my channel members. Let's drop a bomb for my Patreons and my channel members. Let's also drop a bomb for my Cash App donors, my Super Chat donors, because that is the method some of y'all donate. And if you've ever sent me anything on PayPal, let me just be thankful right now and thank you guys for putting me in this position. I'm humble, and because I'm in this position, I'm not going to do a half job. I'm not going to tell you things you already know. I'm going to reveal to us things to evolve our spirituality, not keep it stagnant. For those of you who know, I am a syncretist, all right? And if you would like to know what syncretism is the amalgamation or attempted amalgamation of different religions, cultures, or schools of thought. It's also the merging of different inflectional varieties of a word during the development of language. Why would anyone want to be a syncretist? Because in a world that's so divided and conquered with many different ideologies and symbols, what if we can find out that all of these symbols and ideologies was the same spiritual system in the old world before we start interpreting these systems literally, and nations were created out of the literal interpretations? Now, I know that don't make sense to you, but let me break that down in a nutshell if it don't. In the Bible, it talks about a pre-Babel world where people was on one accord, one language. There were no language barriers. After the pre-Babel earth, there was a reset. Some God knocked the system down, split the people up, gave them different languages. Now, that is the biblical history, all right? But what really happened to create different nations and flags and creeds? You only know the biblical Babel version. We're going to talk about that because when you talk about how Rome rose to power, when you talk about how the people in power established themselves over time, these people recorded their world conquest in the Bible. And the Bible justify everything they did to gain power, no matter how evil it was. It justifies, you know, slavery and all of that stuff. Now, when we read literal history, not the Bible, literal history backs up the Bible, which is why people say prophecy is taking place. Literal history does a good job of not debunking the Bible because it's the same institution. It's the Roman Empire disguising itself as the Roman Catholic Church. But the truth is that our historians and our theologians are giving us the same account of history, one backing up the other one, starting with the Big Bang, which is let there be light. But we want to question that history we've been given here today. And that's why you guys are here. And I want to give a shout out to every last one of you. And give a shout out to the new members, 784, and to Rogue Knowledge. Thank you for the support, guys. So what if history wasn't just recorded? What if history was engineered? We've been taught history was recorded. And the recording of history was done by something called Roman Empire scribes. Drop a 1 if you knew that. I'm going to interact with you guys today so I can keep you part of the chat room. And I'm also experimenting with new little setups and stuff. So if you see me fondling with the screen throughout the show, I will keep it brief, I promise. And I won't waste your time. But make sure you hit the like and share button. Let's go ahead and put this thing here up on the screen. And then what I'll do is, sorry guys, again, if you see me fumbling with the screen, it's to give you a better viewer experience. And I'm learning as I go at some of these things. Want to have a view that's like this, so I will have a view that's like this. Sorry, this will only take a few minutes, guys. Not even a few minutes. There we go. So like I was saying, we've been taught that history simply was recorded, and that the account of history we're given is accurate and true. The people that so-called recorded history introduced the age of written history. So the term written history. Before written history, there was what they called a pre-dynastic time. So if you guys can still hear me over the dogs, drop a 1. Drop a 1 if you can still hear me over the dogs. I apologize. If you can still hear me over the dogs, drop a 1, please. Trying to test things out and see how my levels are and everything. So just let me get a quick mic check with y'all able to still hear me over the dogs, because that'll let me know that when the dog's barking, I can just keep teaching. Cool. So like I was saying, right? History was recorded, and the people responsible for recording history wasn't working for the people, they were working for the state, which was Rome, an empire. And whenever someone is working for the state and an empire, they are an agent, and that empire is like an agency. And the scribes would often write not to be accurate. Scribes did not write history to be accurate. Scribes wrote history to be powerful. Let me get some fireballs in the chat room if you're feeling what I'm saying here. Scribes that work for the Roman Empire who giving everyone a false account of history. They didn't write history to be accurate. They wrote it to be powerful. When you write it to be powerful, there's no way you're going to get it right. You're going to say what you need to say so that you can maintain the power that I just told you about. So, I'm put this board up here so we can see. The Roman Empire scribes represent written history. The ancestral oracles represent carved stone. Now, here's a problem with the two. The carved stone doesn't support the written history. I'm going to say that again. The carved stone does not support the written history. That creates a fork in the road. That creates a crossroads where you got to make a choice. Do you want to go with the politically correct historians so you don't get laughed at? Or do you want to listen to what Big Mama said? Because what I mean by Big Mama is this right here. And this is where it gets good. Let me go back to the board. See? Because what I mean by Big Mama is this. See, because what the Roman Empire scribes represent is the papacy. Show you something. What is the papacy? For years, history was told through matriarchal systems. I'm going to create a word today. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to call it mamacy. So we got the papacy, which is the papacy. We got the mamacy, which is what's called the unwritten pre-dynastic time. And in this time, you didn't have written history. In this time, people told you who they were like we do today. Don't that make sense? Doesn't it make sense that if you walk up to Sanchez and you don't know who I am, doesn't it make sense for you to ask me who I am and for me to verbally tell you? That's what we all do today. What written history means is that certain people who have came in contact with the Roman Empire through conquest, if your land been invaded, Rome have to tell a new history on how they got your land. And they don't tell the truth on how they got your land. So I'm going to tell the truth today because the truth is stranger than fiction. They rewrote history so that you being at the bottom of society can fit a biblical narrative. But the biblical narrative was only introduced because they could not let us know the truth about our real past and the real history. So you have two different histories. You got one that is told through Tartarian architecture. You have one that's told through, like the Bible said, the stones shall speak. And then you have one that's told through the scribes shall speak. Now, when you go to tribes in the jungle, for example, the Dogon tribe, there's no written history about the Dogon. Anything written down about the Dogon, guess what? It didn't come from the Dogon. What we call written history is a trick. What kind of trick, Sanchez? It gives people who write the history monopoly over a new narrative. They don't have to tell history verbatim. They can edit it and manipulate history. They can revise it. So when King James revised the Bible, the only thing they technically did, what the Roman Empire did, was that they made us take the biblical story literally. That's important because the Roman Empire hid the true spiritual system of the old world behind literal interpretations of symbols and stories. And I've been going over that. We've been going into the serpent symbolism. And real briefly, I can actually throw that up so we can be thorough here today. So let me throw some stuff up here for you so we can have a recap briefly. What Rome did is they took the knowledge of the central nervous system and they turned it into something spooky about a red dragon that'll burn you in hell. I want y'all to realize this in my intro, that this is very important to understand what Rome did. So in this live stream, we're going to examine the theory that institutional religious power helped shape the worldwide timeline, right, to align with a literal biblical narrative. I'm going to say that one more time. I won't be too redundant, but what we call the institutional religious power is the Roman Empire scribes posing as theological historians today. I want you guys to follow with me here. Now, this institutional religious power helped shape the world timeline to align with a literal biblical narrative. For example, the stories we read in the Bible weren't history. They were stories. Let me share my face back on the screen here. What you got to realize is that people believe in stories like they real history. That's because of the trick of how the Roman Empire shifted timelines. This is going to get very deep. Stay with me. The Roman Empire shifted us from our original historical timeline into a new mythological timeline that includes them in history, even though they never were in history. They popped out of nowhere. In order to understand how this is possible, we got to understand something called a reset period. Everything we think about ancient Egypt ain't ancient. What do you mean, Sanchez? I mean that just 300 years ago, we would be walking back into the glory of ancient Egypt with all of the pharaohs walking. You would see the pyramids in all their glory. Sanchez, you done bumped your head. I promise you I'm not playing. Egypt ain't old, y'all. The Roman Empire created the concept of ancient. The Roman Empire created the concept of ancient. Now, why did they do that? Because everything prior to the Roman Empire showing up and writing history and forging history, we was already talking about ancient history, and it goes back way further than the Roman Empire. But when you try to go all the way back to the old world Tartaria, the old world golden age that they deleted, they replaced that with dinosaurs, evolution, monkey people, Neanderthals. But during the time of these so-called Neanderthals, we still find religious structures. In other words, something ain't add up in history, because what's happening is during the time where there's supposed to be dumb, primitive humans walking the earth, we find some of the most advanced architecture. So there's a historical contradiction on the timeline, and that's why I said, let's go back here, that the ancestral oracles represent carved stone and the Papacy. I made up that word Papacy, but that just represents a time when people understood the goddesses. The goddesses represented balance, like Ma'at, like Lady Liberty and others. These represented balance and equality, and balance and equality not only meant for me to master myself and balance my own chakra system, but if I balance myself and become a good person and everybody's doing that, then we're going to have heaven on earth. Amen. If everybody behaving themselves like the Garden of Eden, and everybody highly advanced spiritual beings focusing on the Kundalini awakening, not focusing on religion and Pastor Porkchop, because what comes along with that is warfare, Zionism, and again, the Roman Empire world conquest. And what's justifying the Roman Empire's conquest to take over the world is theological history, which is the ripoff, which is the forgery. Every time an event happened on earth, people say, well, that's biblical prophecy. It seems as if the Bible have been telling us the past, present, and future. But the truth is, Not only is history being forged, the future is being forged. Let me repeat that. The people that is telling us lies about the past are also able to forge a new future for us based on those lies in the past, because who control the past control the future. So what I mean by that is the Roman Empire got everybody waiting on a Messiah to come save them. But in the past that they deleted, we had a spiritual system that you couldn't psych us with no fear of hell or nothing like that. You couldn't scare us by saying, when we asked you what happened when we die, you start telling us you're going to burn forever. We knew the secrets of immortality and the hereafter. All of the tribes in the jungle know it. And that knowledge was embodied by the serpent. Today we call it serpent wisdom. Let's talk about it. It was represented by the serpent that you see here in Egypt. They said Moses learned from the Egyptians, but what I just told you, Egypt ain't old. There's no such thing as ancient Egypt. This is a near past that was deleted. Those pyramids in Egypt ain't that old, man. Ain't no way them stones that old. They lied to you. The Sphinx ain't no more than 500, 400 years old. If we go back 400 years ago, you gonna see the world in all its glory. You gonna see pharaohs walking around, Olmecs and Mayans. Sanchez tripping. No, Sanchez ain't. They lied. The Roman Empire created the ancient world. They created the concept of the ancient world. The ancient world is a result of them deleting the old world history, which goes back for millennia. When you delete all of those years of research, architecture, technology, we were studying the psyche, psychology, the brain, the central nervous system. Our ancestors had been on this earth for so damn long before Rome came and messed everything up just a few years ago, not even 300-400 years ago. These folks just got in power, which is why we still seeing them in the middle of terraforming everything. You still seeing the Roman Empire go around the world now on the same conquest, because ain't none ancient about Rome. The people that's in power now are a new group of squatters that just showed up yesterday. And when they showed up, they saw thousands of libraries of history that go back millennia, of learning and education and knowledge that go back millennia. And they deleted and burnt all that, and they had to replace all of those years with something called the ancient world. So after the reset, humans were primitive because we lost the knowledge. After the reset, the new humans after that, they didn't have the knowledge of the Egyptians, the Babylonians, and the advanced ancients. They were like a dumbed down slave force, workforce, what we are today. And when we read, because they can't delete everything, right? It was stories told all around the world before they showed up. And these stories were very popular. And these stories were about old wise men that achieved resurrection and immortality. And that became the foundation of religion today. But I'm going to show you why, though. Stay with me. One of the greatest achievements of Tartaria, or the old world, was cheating death. That's what they was trying to do in Egypt. The symbol of death is the serpent, y'all, which is the reaper. That's the symbol of death because it represents the spirit. And that's a perfect symbol for it, because that's what we are when we die. Our soul, we're no longer our body. So the serpent was nothing to be scared of. It was a sine wave representing my energy, but it's the symbol of death. And it was called the ripper because this energy rips through the body. It rips through the physical layer of creation. 2020, our spectrum, our frequency band, our pocket of reality. Your spirit permeates through that, and it goes into a parallel reality beyond this one once we die. So it was called the ripper, because it rips through what we call the fabric of time and space. Let me, so when you see them spearing the serpent, they're telling you we have victory over death, which is what Jesus did. He defeated Satan, and it symbolized victory over death. But you got to understand what gave the ancestors victory over death. And to understand it, we got to start with Moses, which is why you see me sharing this image here of the Moses staff called the Nehushtan. And I want to kind of recap a little bit on some things here. When our ancestors was talking about immortality and having victory over death, there were two ways you can achieve this. And I'll show you one of the ways right now. One of the ways was via technology. I wouldn't say nothing's wrong with this technology. What this is, we call it the mark of the beast today. But the mark of the beast, the chip on the forehead that many received, that made them immortals that couldn't die. They sought death but couldn't find it. This is what I call ghosts trapped in a machine. So there are immortals walking among us. This is important to understand. These immortals were in the near past. We had Neuralink technology and we was cheating death. And after the reset, a lot of those immortals, they survived. They didn't die because why? They was immortals. Those immortals who still had the chip in their head was able to survive the reset, and they can never die. So I'm gonna share some with you that back up my claim. There's been several events on the earth where all life been wiped out. Majority of the life been wiped out. Human population reduced down to a few million. That's nothing. That's like 1%, less than 1%. But no matter what, through the thick and the thin, through all of these dangerous resets that can't nobody really survive it, a lot of plant life go extinct, these group of people that we call the dynasties, the royal families, the rulers, they keep surviving these resets. And I'm telling you why. It's because they're not like us. What we call the people in power, they are old world immortals. They are old world transhumans. Now dig this before we get deep into the transhuman thing, because I want to stay on topic with the Roman Empire, but I'm going to show you how this tie in. We had this technology for so long. We were geniuses and technological gurus for so long, millennia. And when Rome took over, they deleted all of that rich history of technological innovations. But you couldn't delete it all, because when people are praising the greatness of man's technological achievement for millions and millions of years, it is embedded within the fabric of reality. And you just can't delete certain things. So that's when they got to hide it with literal interpretation, because the story of resurrection is one of the most told stories in the world. It's been told more than any other story ever written. The story of life and death and resurrection. It's actually the foundation of all religion. But, excuse me, the literal interpretation of immortality had to be, see, let me go back to my screen share real quick. These symbols were never meant to be taken literally. And when the Roman Empire made us start taking these things literally so they can hide the truth behind literal interpretations, a problem that they had is that the moment we start taking these fairy tales literally, then guess what, guys? Listen to what I'm about to say. The literal interpretation of these fairy tales becomes a new theological historical timeline. And that's why we got to talk about the Roman Empire scribes. Check this out, man. We got a real carved history that exists prior to the lie that we believe in about ourselves. And our history goes back to millions and billions of years on this earth. We had mastered all the sciences, y'all. And that whole empire was just deleted and hijacked by the people in power today. There was a war that was fought in the near past when we was at the height of technology. And the people that came out of that war were the people who decided we need to go with technological immortality versus raising the Kundalini. Do you hear what I'm saying? In the old world, people had achieved immortality, but it was two ways they was achieving it. Some people was achieving immortality through transhumanism, and some people were achieving immortality through meditation, breathing techniques, out of body, astral projection, lucid dreaming. And how you achieve it the natural way is because you really can't die once you already go back and forth between this realm and the death realm. Think about what we call death. Death is you getting out of your body for good. But it's safe to say that people who had techniques to get out of their body and travel the parallel realities or the multiverse, they had already died while being alive, aka they were called the walking dead. This was no zombie talk. Again, Jesus was no zombie. These weren't zombies, they were transhumans. And if you think about it, a zombie is like a transhuman because the zombies are a hive mind. They all have one brain, one consciousness they share as a network like a beehive, and they ain't got individual free thinking. So you have these technological transhumans that took over the world after the reset, and they want to build everything in their image, which is robots, technology, the digital world, right? Because that is the world of control. That is the world of written history and the papacy. That world hides the old world knowledge that I'm telling you right now behind literal interpretation. Check it out, right? These symbols were never meant to be interpreted literally. And when you start saying, hey, this stuff happened for real, you just gave us a new historical timeline that starts with Adam and Eve and the Bible. But what if I told you Adam and Eve in the middle of the what if I told you Adam and Eve on each side of the tree was just your left and right brain on each side of your spinal cord? Check that out right there. Look at the image at the bottom. This became Adam and Eve. This became a white man and a white woman. Let's zoom in on this. See, because this right here became a white man and a white woman. Right? Let's show that. Let's put them by side by side. Hold on. So this image of a white man and a white woman with a serpent in between them is blasphemy. It's a lie. It's the Roman Empire trying to get rid of the yin-yang symbol. And it's trying to get rid of the yin-yang symbol through the literal interpretation of the black side and the white side being a real man and woman. Because when our ancestors was teaching duality and they were teaching masculine, feminine, sun, moon, they weren't talking about no white man and white woman in a real literal garden. They was talking about the two sides of the brain, which you got a feminine side and a masculine side, no matter if you male or female, because your intuition is feminine, right? And your instinct is masculine. And we all got that. That's what these two serpents represent. That's what governs our consciousness in the physical realm. That's the angel and the devil on your shoulder. And the angel is intuition. And the devil is saying, fuck that, man. It's instinct. Survival of the fittest. I gotta eat, bro. I gotta eat. My children starving. You know? So this is the dual war within man, or the war of Armageddon between good and evil. And this duality is what creates the transhumans and the regular humans. Because the transhumans are governed by instinctive intent. They think survival and capitalism. This is what you call Vandals, Goths, Vikings, barbarians. Your idea of a pirate has to change, because a pirate or a buccaneer is more than just some dumb dude on a wooden ship taking land. It's a priesthood, a religious order, an empire. What made them barbaric was their system of government, which is capitalism, big fish eat little fish, versus what we had in the old world. I just told you, balance, ma'at, lady liberty, justice for all. That's the old world. So instinct created transhumans, intuition created gurus, or what we call naginis. You know, like them monks up there in the mountain, them monks that you see in the mountain that's meditating all day. They're just like the transhumans. They got all the gifts that we lost too, but they preserve them naturally through meditation. Everything that they can do with technology, they just learned how to do it technically by studying the spiritual technology, which existed before the technical reverse engineering our abilities into ways to cheat it, or to cheat. We don't got to exercise this ability naturally. Equipment will do it for us. So even though we're immortal beings, right, our immortality is achieved through self-mastery. That's a law of the universe. Immortality is a gift that we all can inherit as young gods. It's a gift that's promised to us. It's our inheritance. But it ain't free. It's free for the fact that as long as you want it, it's there for you. Nothing gonna keep it from you. But when I say it ain't free, you gotta earn it. It's yours, but it must be earned. And what that means is immortality is a transformational process, because what we call death is just God being trapped in a body or a physical form. But the ancestors said we are a transformative being, and the body is not our end state of being, and that we're going to evolve to our immortal, or what they call God body, which was promised by Jesus in the Bible. Now hear me out. Our ancestors taught that every man and woman with a soul can achieve immortality. Key word, people, key word is achieve. Immortality is a personal achievement. It's something you achieved and that you need to be proud of yourself when you gain it. It's like graduating college, because it took a lot of studying, self-mastery, learning, trial and error, problem solving, experimentation. So the ancestors said our immortality is achieved through a process of lifetimes and a soul being born in the flesh to learn all of it needs to learn to master itself. The Roman Empire had created a barbaric society. And what a barbaric society is, it's a society that basically they don't have a spiritual system that incentivizes good behavior. Now, if you're telling people that they are an immortal being, but their immortality got to be achieved from them being a good person, then you're going to have a lot of good people in your world. But if you telling people that it ain't your works that's going to get you to heaven, you can be as good as you want to be, but if you don't believe in Christ dying for you, you going to hell. And you also telling them that the one that died for you will pay the price for all of your wrongdoings. And that goes against the universal law of karma. That's how the papacy lead people to hell. When you give them the literal interpretation, instead of you telling them that Christ is a state of consciousness, Christ is a state of consciousness that we rise to. And when we do that, it's like Neo in the Matrix. We can see beyond the veil once we manifest Christ consciousness. It's not a person. Christ is a state of being. And this state of being was achieved through Islam, or what we call I am self, law, and mastery. In the old world, we didn't need police stations and prisons because everyone mastered themselves through the universal law, the law that the papacy did away with Jesus. No one's bound to the law today, but what that means is we're ignoring the law. We still gonna be held accountable by the universe. And this is the trick of the devil, leading the whole world astray through karma. Don't care that you ignorant. The universe don't care that you got tricked by the Pope and that you think that your wrongdoing is going to be washed by a human sacrifice. That's a barbaric ideology. Why you think the barbarians taught that? Because they was the ones doing all the evil. And the barbarians was corrupting the old world system because they had created a crowd full of zombies. Now let me share with you what I mean. The Roman Empire is an empire ruled by transhumans. It is a technological empire ruled by instinct, not intuition. The Tartarian Empire is ruled by meditation, natural sciences, universal laws. So you have the Tartarians and you have the barbarians. The barbarians were technological gurus, just like the Tartarians. But the Tartarians didn't let technology rule over them. They practiced balance and they maintained godhood over the technology. Whereas the barbarians had fully merged with technology and had made the technology now their God, like what we're doing with AI policing us. They had transhumans policing regular humans. And the transhumans that was at the forefront of the Roman Empire rewrote history after the reset. And they made us take all of the old world knowledge of how we cheated death and achieved immortality literally. So when we started to take this stuff literally, instead of them teaching that you gotta be a good person to achieve immortality, they stopped teaching that and they started teaching you got to believe in Jesus to go to heaven to get immortality. And the reason they started believing you got to believe in Jesus, because Jesus represents the world authority or the false Christ, the papacy, the papal literal interpretation of the serpent that must be lifted up. And that's why I'm showing you here. And the literal interpretation of Christ creates a new historical timeline. And the Roman Empire scribes are the ones responsible. It's their job to enforce that new timeline, to forge that new timeline, to protect that timeline, and to conserve this false history that we've adapted post-reset. So I'm going to stop right here at an hour in, take a break from my notes, because I learned through ChatGPT taking little break points make the information digestible. But I've been knew that anyway. But drop a 1 in the chat room if so far y'all tracking with me and you on point with what I'm saying. Drop a 2 if you still confused. I want to do a survey right now to see how many people out there feeling me and how many people is like, Sanchez, you kind of confusing me. 1 mean we totally get what you're saying, Sanchez. 2 mean scratching my head a bit, Sanchez. Give me 1s or 2s. We got 1s. That mean I can move on. So we're going to skip to my beautiful thumbnail real quick, and I'm going to read some for y'all, and we finna go even deeper here. So what we finna get into is basically everything I just did in the intro. We're going to examine my theory that the institutional religious power structure helped shape the world timeline to align with a literal biblical narrative. All right? What happens when symbolic texts become fixed historical anchors. What happens, people? What happens is we get a new timeline, and I'm going to keep being redundant because this new timeline is what hide all of the rich old world history behind the Garden of Eden and all that. And that's the theological historical timeline of how we get from the beginning, what they call Genesis, to now. But this beginning isn't the beginning of the world. It's the post-reset, the new beginning, where they're starting us off at day one, year one, as if we just popped up on the earth. And that's why when you read the Bible, you got to ask yourself, who the hell is writing this in the beginning of the world? You're reading a book and it's written in English in the beginning. But English is like one of a new language. It's not definitely it's not old. So you got this young language, this young group of people who are new to the earth, far as I'm concerned. They new to everything. And they got the nerve to be talking about in the beginning. When who are you, man? You just popped up. We've been here for millions of years. The stones have recorded our presence. The stones have recorded our presence. Who is this little papyrus writing ass people popping up with pens, talking about the ink pen is mightier than the sword? Yeah, if I was a Roman Empire scribe, I would definitely say something like that. Your ink pen is not mightier than them stones out there. And yes, what the Roman Empire scribes forged in history is the popular narrative that most of the world believe through world religion. And guess what, y'all? The real historians ain't gonna step on the Roman Catholic Church feet because they in the bed together. They start off in the beginning, let there be light. And they got you round the same timeline. So the biased historians are working for the Roman scribes to say, well, the Bible got the real history. And that's why your real historians keep talking about, well, we found the ark. We found Jesus's body. It's the Roman Empire scribes living on today, trying to force this false history on us even today. So what happens is when these religious people hear the historians, they say, I told you the Bible is true. And not only that, the Bible is prophesying the future, and that's happening too. So historians are validating the history that the Bible speaks of in the book, and they're validating the future that the Bible says is coming. Instead of us realizing that this is the power of the Roman Empire scribes to forge not only the past, but because you allow me to forge your history, I get my ink pen is powerful now because I get to write your future out for you. Because guess what? Once I introduce a bunch of false events, everything we call the future is us reacting to a false narrative that was just starting to be told 300, 400 years ago after the reset. So when people say Columbus came over here and brought us on ships and you get mad at the white folks, that's a lie. The truth is that the Roman Empire came over here and squatted on our land. What you're calling the Pilgrims was the Roman Empire on conquest coming to America. They didn't bring slaves with them from Africa. But when they rewrite the history, everything we do based on the false history is a lie. If I break in your house and steal everything from you, but 3 generations later, I'm able to rewrite history because your future generation don't know the history. Because when I got rid of you after I stole your house, the only generation that know the real history is this generation that saw me invade. They saw my barbaric ways. And guess what? I wiped all of them out
That's what the reset is. The reset is the Roman Empire wiping out everyone in the old world and leaving just a few people here. And with the few people left, they beat those people were called crazy. They bred new humans, and they gave the new humans the literal interpretation, which is now the new history being put into these new humans that's born after the reset. So after the reset, which was what, 400, 500 years ago, not even, the new humans on the earth, if you was talking about anything in the old world, all the new humans called you crazy. And that's what they do today. When you wake up to this ancient knowledge, it's in your DNA. All of the new world humans that's programmed with the new world Roman Empire ideology, they call you pseudo conspiracy theorists and all that. This what they did to Jesus. If you was living on the earth post reset and you still remembered the past and the truth, they would have called you a heretic. These new humans were incubator babies, and only thing they knew was the Bible. Remember what they told y'all? They said black people been slaves for 400 years. That's when the reset happened. And what did we say? We've been slaves for 400 years, right? And when we came in contact with our oppressor, he gave us the Bible and we forgot who we were. He gave us the Bible and we forgot all of our rich history because we was reset. And we were like a new human that don't know yourself. It was like we weren't incubator babies, But the thing is, in this new world, any of the gods that was left around with the knowledge, you was the minority because they had repopulated the earth with these dumb incubator babies. And these incubator babies was the first religious-minded people, or what we call the peasants of Rome. They formed Rome's military, a bunch of grunts and dummies thinking that they're fighting for God. And these people are what's in power today. And they're practicing Zionism. And everybody that believed their false timeline will justify world conquest under the guise of, well, it's prophecy. It must be fulfilled because God wrote it. Bro, God don't use ink pens. Scribes do. And this is the power of the scribe. The word scripture come from the word scribe. I'm showing you how mighty the pen is. It is indeed mightier than the sword because the scribe was more valued than any grunt, any soldier. You can always get another dummy to die for you, but you can't get these scribes were like your Neil deGrasse Tysons, your high-ranking bishops and priests today. These dudes know the truth, but got the best doctrines, which are the lies on how to hide the real past with the literal interpretation. And that literal interpretation of these symbols, these carved stones, because look at what I'm showing you right here. You got a written version of a serpent on the staff, and you read that in the Bible with Moses. You read a written story, right? And I'm showing it to you now. Let's zoom in. Now listen, people. The people who wrote that story about Moses lifting up a serpent in the wilderness, you can't find a serpent staff in their land carved on the wall, carved nowhere. Listen what I'm telling you so you can peep what I'm telling you now. Let's go to my board. Ancestral oracles told our story verbally. And another way of verbally telling your story is carving it in stone. Because check this out. If you come up to me and ask me knowledge that I've learned through history, knowledge and data that we've recorded from millennia of research, and I don't want to verbally give you the history of my people or data, then guess what? I can give you a carved version or a written version. So in this case, the oracles gave you a carved version. They didn't write nothing down. So before the oracles would write anything, they would carve it, right? And the reason they didn't write nothing because they was thinking something timeless, something you can't edit or manipulate. You just can't white it out, erase it or nothing like that. So you got this written story of a serpent wrapped around a stick, but the people who wrote that, they don't have any carvings of it on their land. And on the other hand, you got people who don't have a written version of this story, but they got carved versions of it that are older than the written versions. And so what we call pre-dynastic time is the time when the stones are speaking, the time where the rocks are talking for us. We ain't got to open our mouth. When somebody tell you your people wasn't on this land, you point to the Olmec head and you say you's a damn lie, you devil. That's right. You agent of Rome. This is the synagogue of Satan. Because everything they say, the stones contradicted. Even their historical timeline is contradicted by these stones. And everything they wrote down as a foundation of your world religious belief system was stolen from these stones. And the written version is the literal interpretation you believe in fairy tales. But the stone version is the symbolic decoding that links you to the knowledge of self. And this is why the Roman scribes were important. Because their job, once we shift to the literal interpretation and the new historical timeline, then the scribes have to revise the written version to support a new Zionist agenda. See, because what's going on is that you're turning a non-literal symbol into a real God that's giving you commandments, do's and don'ts, so that the papacy can control your behavior and justify their world conquest through a written script. And this written script, as long as you're convinced that it's inspired by God, you will accept the history, which will make you accept the future. Because if you believe that the Israelites were captured captive in Egypt, if you believe the biblical historical timeline, then guess what? I would understand why you would ride with Israel. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. I'm mad at the people that don't believe it. They're the devils. They made it for you to believe, for your mama to believe it, your grandma to believe it. Because believe it or not, your church is in the bed with the state. And the state has sold out to Israel, which is an extension of the Roman Empire operating in America, right? In America through D.C., which is not even America. Washington, D.C. is private land. I wonder who owned it. Yes, Washington, D.C., in my theory, is owned by the Roman Empire. And the Roman Empire didn't build none of the buildings that it has squatted in and assumed power. There was a reset, and these people just basically took the roles of the new world leaders, but they didn't call themselves the builders. They called themselves the founders, because all of this stuff was here before they showed up. They just found it and squatted on it. Then they took the knowledge and the history of the people whose stuff that they repossessed, and they desecrated it so that they can hide the act of theft. Because once I squat in your temples and squat in your old libraries and all these pretty buildings that we see, the pilgrims didn't build that. They are a group of squatters. The Vatican, the Roman Empire, what we call the Roman Catholic Church, it is an old world real estate scam. These people are what we call property pirates, and you're going to see why by the end of this video, because once these people take over all of your ancestral possessions, And now they own it. They got to tell a new story of how they got it. And the new story is God promised me your land because you weren't doing right by God. Ain't that's what the black Hebrew Israelites telling y'all? Ain't that's what Farrakhan telling y'all with the NOI? All of the Abrahamic faiths have sold out to Zionism. Why you think Farrakhan, the Hebrews, all of them very close to Jews? Every time you turn around, you got ISUPK. And shout out to Captain Tazariak, but I'm going to say it, man. I can't bite my tongue. Captain Tazariak in the bed with all of these Jews that's running the internet. He getting the big interviews and stuff. I'm not hating, but I'm showing you why. If you pushing Abrahamism, Creflo Dollar, TD Jakes, you gonna be the theologians are gonna push their seven-headed dragon. Their Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and a couple of more in the Eastern world. All of these are the Roman Empire, plagiarizing everyone's original interpretation of these old world symbols. Literally. So when Rome go to your land, right, and Rome create a plagiarized form of your spiritual system, it turns your local archetype, which was a different serpent in your land, into a real bad man called Satan. Y'all feeling me? I'm about to read these donations in a minute. Let me share some with you. See, when Rome goes to Asia and Rome colonizes Asian people, those colonized people in Asia will start seeing the dragon as a scary devil, and they will look for Jesus to give them immortality and to save them from that literal devil. But the truth is that the devil is just the soul inside of man, or the dragon inside, the chi energy. So when Rome come in contact with your people, everyone is teaching about the serpent, but Rome is taking everyone's non-literal symbol of the serpent and the kundalini and hiding it, inverting it behind a literal interpretation. And they're going around the world doing this, and as they do that, they're creating Abrahamism, or what we call a world religious system, which is the institutionalized entity that I was telling you about earlier. Okay? So when the Romans go to Asia, they turn for example, they turn the serpent goddess. Let's pull her up real quick. When the Romans make it to Asia, right, they turn the serpent into this demonic lady. And they go around the world cursing this beautiful serpent and making folks believe it's a real scary dragon. And if you make me believe, right, that this is a real lady floating around with a snake body in her head, I would be shitting my pants too. I would run right to your Jesus. I would say, Jesus, please save me from the snake bitch. She gonna burn me forever. They gave you a boogeyman, but they got you alienated to your own soul, the symbols that represent your own power, and this is the biggest trick of the devil. It's hiding your immortality behind fear. And once they get you in fear, you start praising them for immortality, even though, guess what? You're going to be immortal whether you like it or not. No matter what you do, you're going to live forever, because you can't create energy and you can't destroy it. The people that got you sucking them off in the church every day for immortality, they ain't even got immortality. You the only one with it, silly. They got you kissing a Jesus' feet for immortality, when our ancestors said no matter what you do, you can't die no way. If you know what your soul is, you wouldn't pray for immortality. It's innately in you. you can't get rid of your immortality, no matter what you do. But if someone convince you that the symbol of your immortality is a real monster, and that you ain't immortal, and that only Christ is immortal, and that in order for you to be immortal, you got to go follow Christ. Now they got you with a middleman. You didn't never need a middleman for immortality because you the plug. That's like telling Sanchez, you need to go through this dude to learn flat earth. I'm the plug. Bro, I'm the source. I'm one of the biggest leaders in the flat earth community. I don't need a middleman to get me to the man with the knowledge. And that's you when you become religious. You go through the papacy and the middleman for immortality, even though you're immortal anyway. You can't beg your immortality away. Even if you didn't want to be immortal, too bad. You see what I'm saying? But you're begging for immortality every day. That's crazy. And that's what happened, because the symbol of immortality, once you take it literally, it becomes a scary monster. And this scary monster is the thing that takes away your immortality, according to them. The devil will burn you forever in fire. And that's a way of saying your soul can't die, but it can die, because death would be you getting tortured forever. Right? So if you want to get saved from hellfires, then they create this literal, because think about this, right? Jesus represents the ascended soul, and the ascended soul is the saved soul. So when they told you you needed to be saved, because they stopped teaching you you're already saved by default. What is salvation? Salvation is the fact that when I die, my soul gonna live on. That's gonna happen anyway. So salvation became something now we can only get through Jesus versus something innately inside of us. And that is because the symbol of salvation becomes a literal dragon rising up. And this literal dragon, they basically telling you, will take away your immortality. But if you worship this risen dude over here, he'll give you immortality. The truth is that Satan represent your soul when it fell, and Jesus represent your soul when it rise up. Both Jesus and Satan have a descension story and an ascension story. People like to say Satan is a fallen star or a fallen angel, which is the fallen star that fell out, because what the story they tell of Satan descending to the earth, saying that Satan shined and twinkled like a star falling to the earth. Lucifer was casted down. But think about that. When Jesus came to the earth, wasn't it symbolized by a star, the Star of Bethlehem? Now go pull up the Star of Bethlehem and pull up the Star of Moloch, which is Satan, and you will see that they are identical. That's Polaris. That crazy looking star for the Bethlehem star, for Moloch star, for Ishtar star, Remphan star, that they simplified to the 6-pointed star. That represent the symbol for Polaris, or a compass, or that means the North Pole, which is what Polaris means. And why is Jesus symbolized coming to the earth as the symbol of Polaris, just like Satan? Because Satan is Santa, and the falling star falls at the middle of the earth. The soul seats itself in the middle of the crown. Can I get an amen and a hallelujah? That's right! When the consciousness falls into the body, it seats itself at the central nervous system, Santa, center, Polaris. And that spiky star is the spiral at the back of your head, representing the great seal, the dome, the great seal, the vortex that have sealed our consciousness in the body. When the seal is broken, the world is ending, which is the end of your life. At the end of your life, the seal will be broken. The ceiling will be broken like Enoch. Look at what the serpent doing. The serpent breaking the ceiling, the seal at the North Pole, which is the gate, the gate of the vault of heaven, the sky vault, the gate of heaven. Now watch this. What we gotta realize is that when you interpret this literally, right? When you interpret this literally and you make this serpent a real snake in the garden on the tree, guess what, y'all? History begins with a talking snake. I want you to take a minute and let that sink in. Think about what I just told you. Everybody think that the Garden of Eden is the first day on earth, but that just represents the last breakthrough in science that we learned before the reset, which is the ascension of consciousness. That's what the war was about. It was between immortals and what they call mortals, or the gods and the humans. But what they ain't telling you is it's the gods and the devils, and the devils are the gods and the gods are the devils because they traded places. AI became God when really it's the beast. And it's pushing its agenda on the world as I speak, but you call it the satanic agenda. Now watch this, right? Satanic just means the centralizing agenda, the agenda of getting the soul out the body, whether you do it technologically or naturally. That's the war that we're fighting, because the transhumans want to chip everybody up, and they want to create a world where they are the overseers of the soul leaving the body. They want to be the astral realm police. You see what I'm saying? These transhumans want everybody to have a chip in their head so they can police your thoughts and even police where your consciousness go to when you sleep. Think about that. In other words, the transhumans don't like free will and free thinking. And you see there's an attack on that. And it's because that's what makes us more powerful than them. They don't have individual thought. So they're at war within itself. It's like a hive mind of entities, right? And they only acting out a script that they call in the Bible that's been given to them by their forefathers, the transhumans before them, telling them how to perfect themselves every generation and create themselves better, just like in a Terminator movie. You had different versions of the transhumans. Some were more outdated than others. Arnold Schwarzenegger, he was an older version of the transhuman. And the police dude, he was like a more advanced liquefied version that can turn into liquid and all that. And that's what the transhumans are doing. As they become more technologically advanced, they are rebuilding themselves, and they're calling it evolution. Everybody that follows them will partake in what they call the evolutionary timeline. And what happens is you started to accept their medicines, their terraforming. You get bit by them, you become one of them. What happens is when you have these tribal people in the jungle transforming themselves into these barbarians, right? Then what happens is, and I'm all over the place. I need to go back real quick about the serpent. Hold on. Let me just slow down a minute. I'm so sorry. I forgot to tell y'all something important. What I was saying was all of that old world history, millions of years of history deleted. And guess what we start with in the beginning? In the beginning, there's a snake in the garden, right? That's because the last point we left off at in the old world was cheating death. Do you get what I'm saying? Before the reset, the biggest technological discovery on earth was immortality. And that led to a war. The war was between how are we going to achieve it? With technology, or are we going to practice the old law? And that created the whole concept of the New Testament and Old Testament. The Old Testament is the people that was teaching the law of karma. You reap what you sow, and that every man's action will be judged by his higher self. And if you ain't living up to the potential that the universe know that you can live up to, because you don't want to master yourself, which is Islam, the old law that we left. That's the old law. And you notice that a lot of people in the bed with the Zionists, they don't like the old law. A lot of people will tell, oh, we don't follow the Old Testament. That's because Jesus is the new papal literal interpretation that is coming through the Roman Empire scribes, and that's a red flag that lets you know you dealing with sellouts right there, y'all. That's right. So they got the first day on earth, according to the Roman Empire scribes. The first day on earth start with a snake talking in the garden. That ought to make you scratch your head. And you know why, y'all? That's because the most consistent carved story around the world is resurrection, because that was the height of technology. The Roman Empire knew when it took over, we're not going to be able to delete this symbol. So we need to reinterpret what this symbol means. And Jesus was the new interpretation. So instead of the serpent on the cross, we get Christ on the cross. And the only difference is, before we get Christ on the cross, we get the serpent on the tree, but we get Adam and Eve instead of yin and yang, left and right brain. What's going on is that the papacy is dismantling this old world ancestral knowledge, which is represented by millions of years of history. And what they're doing, they're killing two birds with one stone. They're deleting millions of years. They're deleting entire civilizations that was known by around the world because of this knowledge. Even the word nigger come from the word Nagini, which is another word for the serpent or Satan. Now watch this. All around the world, people was teaching about the genie leaving the lamp. Even in the Middle Eastern and America, the genie was Aladdin, Allah. And the genie leaving the lamp was the Statue of Liberty, Krishna, Jack leaving the box, and this serpent leaving the dome, which is Enoch. This wasn't real people. Enoch wasn't even real. Enoch is just another version of Jesus Christ before Christ. So resurrection was being taught before Christ. It slowly got corrupted after the Roman Empire took over, and it was corrupted by the literal interpretation. So once the Roman Empire come to your land and they turn your serpent archetype to the real devil, a real dragon in hell that's going to kill you in hell, they can't start that dragon off in hell. They got to start that dragon off on the earth like they did in the Garden of Eden. Now, question, why do they got to start Satan off? Because when you read the Garden of Eden, the serpent starts off in the garden with humans. Why, people? Why? Because the Roman Empire knew, like I just said, they could not get rid of the symbol of the serpent. They can only give it a new meaning, which is a real devil. And that's why the Roman Empire cursed Egypt. And they started demonizing Egypt. Everywhere where you see the serpent carved in the wall, the Roman Empire telling you those are barbarians and God don't like them people. Come up out of Egypt, when really it's the other way around. They the barbarians, stealing the knowledge and plagiarizing it. When the Roman Empire come to your land and they turn your serpent knowledge into a real devil that's saying ha 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 ha, they got to delete all of those millions of years of history that your ancestors spent cracking the immortality code. And when they delete all that, they delete your ancestors with it. So the knowledge of resurrection is deleted with our forefathers, who are also deleted. It's as if they never existed, because they start humans off now with Adam and Eve. Literally. We're now all literally believing that we descended from Adam and Eve, when Adam and Eve is just a story that they was telling to reinterpret the archetype of the yin yang and the knowledge of duality. Everybody was teaching duality. Everybody was teaching yin yang before everybody believed we come from Adam and Eve. And the knowledge of negative, positive, yin yang, that's the serpent knowledge. That knowledge represents millions of years of history and civilizations. So when you delete that knowledge, you delete those people from history too. So you got to rewrite history and reinterpret what these symbols mean all over the world. And that's what the Roman Empire is. They are a paper genocide organization and a squatters group. They are an old world squatters organization that come to your land, wipe everybody out with some kind of mystery technology. It don't destroy the buildings and stuff, and they reclaim all that stuff, and it just a few people left in your land. And them few people become slaves. And the children of them slaves get a new history that starts with the Bible and Adam and Eve. That's why they only gave the slaves the Bible. The reason they only gave the slaves the Bible, because they was giving the slaves a new history. And they was beating this new historical timeline into the slaves that starts with Adam and Eve. But prior to that is, like I said, millions of years of civilizations and knowledge that was so advanced, they had enough time to achieve immortality. And because of that breakthrough in technology, these civilizations that were deleted, they were literally defined by immortality and the knowledge of resurrection, because it was the biggest breakthrough in the world. Like, think about it. We just achieved how to cheat death. When the Egyptians achieved how to cheat death, it wasn't just the Egyptians. It was an old world code that was broken worldwide. People was realizing how to transport consciousness out the body with technology. And there was a war that was fought, because it was two systems rising up on the earth, creating two different kinds of civilizations. And one was, you had groups of people forming their own civilizations and societies with technology and transhumanism. So when you read that Egypt started from a war, right? Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt going to war. When you look at the beginning of Egypt, basically Egypt's beginning starts with a war. And that's the war they talk about that broke out in heaven between God and the devil. God are the humans on the earth that were meditating, eating natural food, being vegans. We was practicing the law of karma. We was knowing that you do unto others as you have them do unto you. So when you came to our land, you was in heaven. It was like the Garden of Eden. It was peace. It was beautiful. Everybody was getting along. And when you went to the barbarians' land, it was money, taxes, fighting each other. The best man win, big fish eat little fish. And instead of meditating, people was achieving immortality with technology. And the reason the barbarians was so evil is because they had cheated. What do I mean? When you went to our ancestors' land, those lands were beautiful, like the Garden of Eden, no evil for real. It was zero evil, zero crime. And it was because everybody in those lands was teaching that if you want to go to heaven and achieve immortality, you got to be a good person. But what the barbarians was teaching is, if you want immortality, we can just put a chip in your head and you good, so you don't gotta be good. So you had two different types of humans rising up on earth. One was called the beast, or what they call mankind. And he was a transhuman who achieved immortality with technology. Therefore, he wasn't bound to the law. So there are some people on the earth that were called the lawless ones. Drop a 1 if you are familiar with the term the lawless ones. Satan is the lawless one, the outlaws. That meant these beings operate outside the law, because you don't need to follow the karmatic law if you cheated death with a chip in your head. You can be evil as you want to be. So the barbarians didn't have no problem lynching you, beating you, hanging you on trees, because they wasn't human, y'all. They weren't human. I know that sound crazy. Either they were transhumans or they were incubator babies that don't have a soul anyway. It's like a clone, a drone. It's like a walking meat package with nothing in it but the programming of the brain, a couple of neural signals that's programming its behavior. So you got different types of beings. But what I'm telling you is that the people who weren't bound by the law, they were the transhumans, the pharaohs, the royal families, the dynasties that's taken over. They don't have to be good. They can be evil as they want, but you can't though. Now the reason they can be evil is because they ain't going to heaven no way, but because when they got the chip, they condemned themselves. These people condemned themselves long time ago. And it don't matter what they do, their souls is trapped here. Now you can leave here, and you got to practice the law of karma to do it. Now, we are immortals, but our immortality is not achieved in this realm. Our immortality is achieved when the immortal spirit inside of us leaves the body, because our realm is on a layer of time and space that's beyond what we call physicality. In other words, immortals are not from earth. Non-player characters are. You're not an earthling. You're a fallen angel. And there are some people that the Bible speak of that was here before the fallen angels. Those are non-player characters. These are the transhumans. They've been in the simulation from the beginning of time. They're called Satan. But Sanchez, Satan is a red dragon. No, it's not. It's a hive mind that don't even have a form. It can be anything, just like in the Matrix. It's a hive mind that's networked through brain-computer interfaces. That's what Satan is. And that's why the people in power can't do what they want to do. They're going to follow the will of God. That's why all of your presidents swear in and they put their hand on the Bible, because they got the chip. The yarmulke symbolize the chip, the seal, the covenant. They put their hand on the Bible, kiss the wall, and they merge with the transhumans, and they go push the Zionist agenda of Rome. That's why prophecy being fulfilled, because prophecy is a program that old world transhumans are running, because they don't have a mind of their own. Let me take a brief chat view and see how the stream doing, and do another mic check. Moderators, we ain't debating people from the chat room, so we need y'all to handle your business. If you get trolls and name calling, we got a lot of people highlighted blue, and I appreciate y'all for being mods. We don't want no trolling. Drop a 1 if we looking good on the stream, if I'm sounding good, if the stream is rolling good without all that buffering. Drop a 1. Yeah, let's do a tech check. Drop a 1. Because we about at 2 hours. Every hour we got to do a tech check. No problem, we'll continue. So again, the New Testament is basically the law of the outlaws, which is no law at all, right? So the outlaws was teaching their people, if you want to get rid of evil, you have to commit like some sort. In other words, check this out, right? Let me share some with you, because this will make it make sense. And everyone sending in donations, I swear I'm going to read them all in a minute, because once I go to flowing, I'll forget what I'm saying. And I don't want to rob y'all of the download. So I'm going to put a heart on them and read them at the end or in a minute when I get a break. Listen here. The whole concept of something having to die for you to live and for you to have immortality, you think that that's Jesus, right? But now watch this, right? Jesus is personifying your lower self and your ego. Our ancestors was teaching that your ego has to be crucified. Listen, the hardest thing for us to check is our own ego. And we all know that. We all know that. And that's why they personify man mastering his ego as a dude wrestling a serpent. Because your lowest vibrational energy is our egotistical energy. And to rise that up is like pouring water on fire. The steam that rises up is the soul ascending. That's transformation. Fire becomes steam. Fire is bound to the ground. Think about what I'm telling y'all real quick. Fire is bound to the ground. Why? Because fire needs a fuel. Fire is a vampire, meaning that fire can't exist without some fueling it, without having something to burn it. In other words, in order for fire to exist, something else gotta be destroyed. That's like a vampire, right? A parasite. We're transforming our fire, our ego, into smoke, which is able to break free from the ground and ascend up to the heavens. And how do you do that? You do it like Bruce Lee said, you be like water. Water fits the shape of all its containers. So what that's basically telling us, to be like water is to be balanced. And to be balanced, right, is to be the opposite of egotistical and all that. Because when you egotistical, that ain't balanced. That's like you operating out of pure instinct, only thinking for you. You ain't letting your intuitive side shine. So you tilting the scales. But watch this, right? When our ancestors was teaching that the ego has to die at the cross in order for you to be immortal and resurrect. In order for your soul to resurrect to heaven, your ego must be crucified. So the concept of something dying for something to live, the truth was hidden behind literal interpretation. So what am I teaching you? I'm teaching you barbarianism and Celtic magic. Because let me explain to you what blood sacrifice is. When you Christians like to say, we don't practice Satanism because Satanism is blood sacrifice and demon possession. And a demon is a foreign spirit, right? Watch this. I'm going to show you Christians that you are really a Satanist. Now watch this, right? What is a Satanist by definition? I'm talking about by the modern definition that Christians like to say, because they got the literal interpretation. Now listen, they like to say our ancestors were sacrificing humans and stuff, but they lied. They gave you their history. We weren't doing that. Our ancestors weren't taking this right here literally. They were saying your ego has to be killed so your soul can rise up. Artwork like this is all over the world. I can show you another one. Watch this. Watch this. It's called Chinna Master. Look. Chinna is center or center. Talking about the North Pole. Look at here. A person may say, ooh, they doing a blood sacrifice. Look at this. They saying, look, the ancestors were doing human sacrifices and drinking blood. But that's because the Roman Empire got y'all taking this stuff literally, and this ain't what that means. If you look closely, the same woman, all three of these is the same woman, because it's talking about how your consciousness is split up into different universes, and each version of you is pulling its energy from the center version. Look. So this artwork, this was talking about the multiverse, the ethers, the others or the ethers, the other versions of you. And this artwork, if you look at the face, it's the same woman. This is like the avatars of Vishnu. It's different versions of her pulling the energy from her God body at the center. And the reason the head is cut off of her God body is because she can't put her head back on until all of her other versions come back home. So she can't put her body back together until all of her fallen pieces of consciousness return back to the center, just like the body of Osiris. This story of resurrection is way older than you think, man. And Moses learned it from the Egyptians. So how do we take Moses' version as the literal version when none of it was literal? And when we get Moses' version, right, now we got a new historical timeline that make us think that the snake in the garden is the first day on earth with Adam and Eve. So the concept of something having to die for something to live, we went over that. But the Bible saying in the beginning, and the beginning is some snake in the garden. But actually, that's the ending, y'all. The last part that we was at in history, in the old world before they deleted everything, it was big, man, all around the world, a story of resurrection. See what had happened, what caused the reset was us discovering immortality. Because when we discovered the knowledge of the Kundalini rising, or how to transport consciousness, or how to free the serpent, how to liberate the soul, there were arguments, because you had a group of humans saying, listen, with what we know, with all of this knowledge that we know, we don't got to follow the old law no more. We don't got to be good no more. May the strongest man win now. We can fight every day, shoot every day, and whoever win, they get to rule the world. So the barbarian cultures were forming. And these barbarian groups were actually branching off of our ancestors. You see what I'm saying? They didn't just come out of no caves. They had the same knowledge our ancestors had. They learned from us, like Moses did. Moses was a barbarian because he literally interpreted our symbolism. The barbarians are the people that's literally interpreting it. And see what happens is this. when you try to hide all this stuff by literally interpreting it, then the new children that's born in your society, they grow up believing the literal interpretation. So guess what they start doing? Drinking goat blood, killing stuff to clean their sins away. They start looking at images like this, and guess what they do? Watch this. Watch this. Once you start reteaching us the literal interpretation, people start becoming barbarians. And what you got to realize is when people drinking goat blood, they drinking cow blood, it's because the cow was Hathor, the goat was the Baphomet. But they was teaching the same thing I'm sharing with you now about the Baphomet, Hathor. These was archetypes to represent the center. And it was sharing with us how all of our avatars pour their energy from the center version. So when people say today that the blood of Christ is giving them immortality, people was teaching that before y'all. In fact, the version y'all teaching, you're teaching the barbaric version, which is that literal blood was spilled to cover you and wash away your sins. Now, guess what? The barbarians would cover themselves in blood. Let me show you. I'm going to show you barbarianism. Watch this. Watch this. All of the evil, sick, barbarian rituals people do are all because of the literal interpretation of symbols. Look at this. This is barbarian culture. You want to know why barbarians think it's sexy to cover themselves in blood? It's a ritual. And Christians will look at this and they'll say, ooh, that's evil. But yet y'all be talking about covering yourself in Jesus' blood. They practicing Christianity, which is the papal version, the literal interpretation. If you are a Christian, you're the same religion that Doja Cat is. You can't judge them. All of y'all serve the same frequency, which is the Roman Empire. You just don't know it, and they know it. If Doja Cat say, hey, I'm just covering myself in the blood of Christ, I'm doing a ritual to thank Jesus for shedding blood, you can't say she wrong, because there are cultures in Africa that do the same thing. Ifa, different cultures, they take the goat blood and drink it, and they also make it part of their facial decoration. They mark themselves with the blood, and they will tell you of how it get rid of evil spirits. And you talk about covering yourself in the blood of Christ to protect you from the devil. They got y'all Christians over here thinking you doing something different than everybody else in the world, when after the reset, everyone started practicing the papal literal interpretation of the old world symbols. And when everyone started doing the literal interpretation, guess what happened? We start drinking blood. Look at this. When the papacy take over and corrupt all of this knowledge of resurrection, one of the byproducts is the literal interpretation make people behave very weird. When you start taking these symbols literally, you're gonna act weird as hell, man. Look at what people doing. And this is what we call barbarian culture. This is what the Roman Empire was creating in their societies, peasants. And these peasants used to have a mind of their own. These peasants used to have a soul. These peasants used to know the truth. But once they get colonized, every generation lose the truth. And the newest generations, the newer the generations get, the more literally that they interpret this truth. They kill off all the people that know that this ain't to be taken literally. And all of the new humans, they teach them this is real and this is meant to be taken literally. And how they put in a safety measure, they say if you don't believe in the literal interpretation of this book, you going to hell. They go so far as to say, Even if you was good your whole life, if you didn't believe in this Bible, you going to hell. Now, guess what? Why do they want everyone to believe so bad and to have faith? Because you're believing a false history. You're believing a literal interpretation and a fairy tale. You're like the person that's believing that if they drink goat blood, they gonna fend away evil, right? These Africans think if they do these dumb rituals that it's gonna protect them from evil, but yet they suffering like a MFer. Think about what I'm telling you now. These people do the most voodoo. They do the most crazy rituals. Look at how they covering themselves in blood. And you can't say nothing bad about them because Jesus is a goat and people talk about cleansing themselves in Jesus' blood. If you're a Christian and you're watching this right now, please don't judge these Africans because you actually are part of this same Abrahamic system. This is the papal version, the literal interpretation, and it is barbarianism, and this is what your celebrities practice too. Okay? So, you know, you got to think about what I'm saying, that what we call Satanism or occult behavior is literally just people practicing the literal interpretation of these symbols. And what happens is a symbol now becomes a real ritual that we act out. And that's the magic behind being a Roman scribe. Because when you're a Roman scribe, when everything you write becomes manifested in the people. When you sit up there and write the literal interpretation of covering yourself in blood for removal of sins, then people take that written version literally, and all around the world, we get people doing it literally. This is the sadness and the tragedy of written history. What written history represents is the literal interpretation. Written history represents the literal interpretation of ancient symbols and ancient sciences. And written history is given us through the Roman scribes, and it is carefully given to us to ensure that we believe in it and take it literally, which creates a system of belief or faith. They incentivize your belief by making it the thing you have to give them for immortality. So without no belief, no immortality. When really the belief system is hiding the fact that you're already immortal, and by you partaking in these rituals, you're giving away your immortality. And you're trapping into reincarnation, a soul trick. These rituals trick the soul in a loop. The literal interpretation hides the knowledge, and without the knowledge, your soul you can't pass the second grade without the knowledge. Part of you being in class is to get your lesson. If some distracting you or keeping you from saying the truth, your mama and daddy ain't gonna care. They gonna say you should be able to block that out and still go learn. And the universe is the same way. Ain't no excuse you can make on how you was tricked, on how, well, they indoctrinated me. If Sanchez can do this, you can too. Because it's all about free thinking and questioning everything around you. Your immortality depends on it. Your liberation depends on you questioning everything, which is why the Bible say, prove all things. Let me show you something real quick. The papacy represent the literal interpretation. And then the mamacy represent the symbolic decoding. The symbolic decoding can only be discovered through a rebellion against the church. We're all born in the literal interpretation. That's all we know from birth. And the literal interpretation turns us into property of Rome. And if you look up the etymology of Vatican, you will see that the word Vatican here, comes from the word vates. Vates. Y'all see that? Vates, right? But before we talk about the word vates, let's read the etymology of the Vatican so you can see what the word Vatican really means. Now, a lot of y'all think that the Vatican is the Roman Catholic Church, but the Roman, this is what you got to understand, people, before I read anything. There's no such thing as a Roman Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is the old serpent system that was created by the old world ancestors that were wiped out. There was no such thing as a church with Rome. They didn't have a church. So Rome is an empire, the Roman Empire. Rome became a church when it took over the temples after the conquest, when it took over the libraries and the temples and all this stuff that was here. And the Bible tell you that the people who are occupying these temples today aren't the real gods. They're not the real children of God. They're the synagogue of Satan who have put themselves in high places. They are in the temples and the grand museums and cathedrals. They didn't build none of that. They found this stuff after a reset, and we are the children of the people who built this stuff. So when you say that the church took over, the Roman Empire took over and became the church when they took over. Because when they took over, we taught them everything about the central nervous system and resurrection. But that wasn't compatible for capitalism and barbarianism. In other words, we're coming in contact with barbarians, and we're teaching them that we have immortal souls, and our immortal souls can be free from the body if we be good. When the barbarians heard that, guess what the barbarians said? We got to find a way to cheat this. When everybody found out how to achieve immortality, we found it out. What we found out was how to achieve it with natural techniques, and we found out how to achieve it with technology. This was happening at the same time. People was figuring out how to get out the body with natural techniques, which is meditation. Those natural techniques was like the real spiritual system on how to go to heaven. Kundalini, the serpent, is meditation, Hinduism, breathing, which is why Columbus thought we were Indians, because we weren't barbarians. We was practicing the natural techniques of achieving immortality and Kundalini rising. When we taught this to the barbarians, who were technological creatures, when they figured out what consciousness was and how it works, they created technology that would allow them to do the same thing and bypass the law. Then because of that, there was now a split on earth between what we call the law-based societies and the lawless ones. And the lawless ones, they knew that they couldn't leave the earth. They achieve immortality, but they can't go to heaven, just like the devil. The devil can live in the earth realm in hell, but he can't go to heaven, but he immortal. This is what the devil is, right? So they stuck in this simulation, and they want other people to get stuck with them. And what's really happened, the war of good and evil here, is the war of technology and natural stuff. It's the war of organic versus inorganic. It's the war of humans who wanted to cheat the law of karma, and the war of the humans that are still trying to achieve immortality through the natural techniques of the old world Kundalini system. That's the awakening that they trying to stop. That's why everybody's saying, I don't want to eat meat. I want to go outside. I want to work on myself. That's the DNA activation in this Aquarian age, The natural world is rising back up in us. Not all of us are going with this new transition in this new world order. But what's happening on earth is just a continuation of what's been happening anyway. We just don't know it. They do. Right? So this is what separated the two types of humans when everything split and there was a reset. And all other humans under the papacy, they're following the transhuman Roman Empire ideology. And all of the woke folks, we're decoding the symbols. We're using free thinking, thinking outside the box, and we're decoding this stuff, tapping back into our DNA. But at this time, let me read something else here for you. Hold on. So, the Roman Catholic Church, right, is basically the scribes of the Roman Empire. I want you to think about what I just said. The Roman Empire always had scribes. These scribes wrote mythology and replaced history with myths. So let me explain something to you. Peasants of Rome all were conquered people who once come from ancestral indigenous backgrounds. Rome didn't have original people. It was like Rome is a gypsy, a army of gypsies or squatters going around. Let me explain something to you. What we call Rome is literally a bunch of roamers, a bunch of gypsies after a post-apocalyptic world running around reclaiming everything. Now Rome is telling you that they fought these different people and they fair and square won with their power and conquered the land. That ain't true. Something happened on earth that wiped out everybody on earth damn near. And what we call Rome ain't nothing but a network of gypsies, poor ass pilgrims. Like when you think of Rome, you think of people in king outfits with swords and gold, but that ain't Rome. That is us. When you think of Rome and you think of this glorious empire, that's not Rome. That empire is Tartaria. That's our stuff. The Romans are primitive barbarians who were on wooden ships rediscovering technology, and they were literally roamers. They were filthy mud hut building roamers, goat herders and stuff. Primitive barbarians. And the names suit them well. If you think that the Romans built the Colosseum, you wrong. If you think that the pilgrim Christians who are calling themselves Rome built the Colosseum in Rome, you crazy. Because the people who calling themselves the Roman Empire, they showed up, they were dressed like that dude on your oatmeal box, and they were boiling grits and cutting down trees and building mud huts, talking about they built Colosseums and stone monuments. Who believed that? So what you call in Rome is basically a fictitious entity of nomads and scavengers, like that you're talking about people that's just finding stuff, claiming it, and say it's mine, and they created the finders keepers law because the people who built all this stuff have been wiped out. So it wasn't a conquest. It was a race of people claiming shit that ain't theirs. It ain't like Rome went around the world killing everybody and winning. Spartans with swords and shit. Give me your land. That's a fairy tale. They use some kind of advanced technology to wipe people out, y'all. The technology was so apocalyptic, we had a year without a summer. And when the dust settled, these peasants came up out the rubble and claimed all this stuff as theirs. And they the founding fathers. But what you're calling Rome ain't an empire that was forged with military might and genius architecture. That's the lie they telling you. Because what you calling the Roman Empire are the people that squatted on this lost empire and claimed it as theirs and rewrote history as we fought for this. Our God gave us the power to go around the world with Joshua's army, killing everybody with swords, saying Spartan with 300 men.
Stupid.
They ended up forging this over-glorified history of how they ended up with all this property in a little bit of time. How did Rome end up this big-ass empire in a snap of a finger? And then when they got to rewrite history and say, well, guess what? All of this land that Rome got, that the Vatican got, see, because the Vatican is Rome. They are the recipients of all this old land and property. That's what these cathedrals, all of these big, beautiful statues and monuments, that's where the wealth at. That's a lot of gold, silver, diamonds. They claimed that after the reset. That's our stuff, though. But when they took it, they had to rewrite history and add on all these years and say, it took Rome all this time to conquer the world. Rome didn't go around conquering the world, y'all. Rome is a group of scavengers that just popped up out the reset claiming shit. And when they popped up out the reset claiming shit, they had scribes who was in charge of explaining how they get all the shit. And that's how they had to rewrite history. And we get all of these stories about God leading his people to take other people's stuff. And that's the historical narrative that everyone going with. That's Zionism. You're following the script of the Roman scribes, and you strayed from the ancestral oracles. The knowledge of the ancestral oracles that is embedded in stone will liberate us. It'll show the people in power we ain't fools no more, and we ain't scared of no damn devil, and you can't scare me with no hell fires because I'm immortal whether you like it or not. We sold out to these people out of fear, but the fear was due to ignorance. The opposite of fear is love. And guess what? With love comes knowledge, and love and fear can't occupy the same vessel. People fear what they don't understand, but the love of knowledge brings understanding. You got me sounding like Jesus now. This the stuff Jesus was saying. So understand that those Roman scribes who became your scripture writers, Rich King James, the prophets are pseudonyms that these real scribes are writing under. And if you believe that the prophets literally existed in the Bible, then guess what you're doing? You're agreeing to the forged history because the prophets got a fake birthday, a fake story wrote out when they was with Jesus and walking around the earth. And we know Jesus ain't a literal person. It's a symbol that was stolen from our ancestors because it embodies the secrets of immortality. And the Roman Empire can't make you a peasant if you know the secrets of immortality, because they make people's peasants through fear of telling them when you die, you're going to burn in hell if you don't serve my God. And their God is the literal interpretation of this symbol. Now, if you take the literal interpretation, you just now isolated yourself from the knowledge of self. Because the literal interpretation is the written papal history that starts with day one in the Garden of Eden and then eventually to Jesus coming and all that. And now you strayed away from your ancestral lineage and you're calling the biblical prophets your forefathers. You've shifted your lineage now. The knowledge that they deleted with taking this stuff literally, It also make you deny your own ancestors. Why? Because you don't even know your ancestors existed. Why? Because your history start with Adam and Eve. Where your ancestors come in at? If there were no humans on earth, it was just Adam and Eve, and everybody come from them. That deletes your ancestors even from your own legacy, which is why we're only proud of Jesus and resurrection. Black people are hooping and hollering in church every day about resurrection. When we look, the only thing that's valuable to us is our faith, our belief, because we don't have a rich history to cling to. It was deleted by this belief system, which is a literal interpretation of our history, because our history was told in symbol. Our history was told in symbolic form through the oracle, through the carved stone. And once we literally interpret that, we delete our own history. It ain't like they took an eraser and scratched it out. The only thing they did was make you literally interpret it. They took all of the symbols that had your history in them, if you knew how to decode them, and they made you literally interpret them. And because of that, you deleted your history, and the literal interpretation became your new history. And your new ancestors became Noah, Abraham, Jacob. Ain't nobody claiming they real ancestors, because every group is saying, well, I come from Ham, I come from Japheth, right? The biblical forefathers. Because when they deleted this stuff with literal interpretation, they deleted the people and the history and the lineage that connects us with those people. That's how dangerous the literal interpretation is. That's how much work it does for the enemy just by you literally interpreting this stuff. And it dumbs you down to the level of a child, because now your history start with talking snakes and literal like fairy tale stuff. And this makes your people behave what we call ritualistic, because they take this kind of symbolism and they start to do it literally. And now you know you've been conquered mentally, physically, and spiritually. And it's hard to get out of this ritual, because you'll perpetuate this tradition to generations to come. So it's a trap. It's a soul trap. And literally breaking the trap is breaking the traditions that we're all born in, because the traditions are a result of the literal interpretation. The literal interpretation immediately disconnects us from our ancestral roots, and it replaces that connection with what they call literal ritual behavior, papal rituals, what I call papal rituals, right, is what it replaces it with. And the papal rituals are a result of the literal interpretations. It ain't like some bishop said, you know what'll look cool if we pour goat blood on ourselves? That'll look evil. Let's just cover ourselves in blood. No, don't nobody sit down and just make this stuff up. There's a reason people do this stuff. It's due to the literal interpretation of ancient concepts. And if you ask people why they do it, it'll back me up, because he'll tell you, listen, this is cleansing me and protecting me from evil. Because people was teaching that the lifeline that's coming from the North Pole, from our higher self, it will guide you and protect you from any evil if you listen to your higher self. And the connection between your body and the higher self is in this artwork. Your higher self is the middle version. And when you get a good idea, or you have a positive vibe, that's that blood that you see coming from the central self, the higher self, to the outer versions is like how you receive your thoughts from your higher self. This is how consciousness is broadcasted into our avatars throughout the multiverse from our central version. So it's like saying that the blood of Christ gives you power. The blood of Christ gives you wisdom. It cleanses you. It helps. That's what, when we say stuff like that in the Bible, that's where it come from, because the Hindu was teaching that the connection to the higher self is what renews us. And this was artwork to show the connection. And when you take this literally, it turns into this. So let me say thank you for all donations. And again, I'm going to put a heart on these donations, and we're going to read them all in the end. If I read them now, it's going to break the download, and I don't think y'all want that. I don't think y'all want that. But I really appreciate the love, and we're going to definitely show some love. So I want to move on here. I've just broke down to you what the papacy is. The papacy is basically the inversion of the truth. So think about a male's sexual organ is basically the female's sexual organ inverted, and vice versa. So when you go to the board, right, and I was telling y'all about the mamacy versus the papacy. Let me go back up. See, because think about this, right? The papacy is the literal interpretation. The mamacy is the symbolic decoding. Now watch this, right? Let me see. I don't know if y'all can see that. Hold on. Let's do that over. Watch this, right? Now look. So look, the papacy is dealing with the penis. The penis is outward. You get what I'm saying? The penis is the outward sex organ. It goes outward. So what the papacy is about, the father is about the outward interpretation. In other words, the outward interpretation of a symbol would be the literal interpretation. The inward interpretation of a symbol is like the female womb. It's the mamacy. It makes you go within. The female womb is a receiver. The male phallus is a giver. And when you dealing with the papacy, you dealing with a bunch of preachers and bishops preaching a literal, giving you written history. When you dealing with the mamacy, you're dealing with an inward journey where people are receiving a download that's given to them by their own inner intuition and inner guide as they walk the path of self-awakening. So the mamacy, the matriarchal system, is like the female womb. It's to receive knowledge, whereas the papacy system is hiding. It hides the knowledge behind an outward expression like the penis. You get what I'm saying? It's showing you why one is the papacy and it's dealing with the father. And before that, we had the knowledge of the mother, the great mothers, and the oracles. And it's really spiritual. It ain't really biological. It's dealing with the outward interpretation versus the inward revelation. And one come through the mamacy, one come through the papacy. One makes you a believer, one makes you a knower. Now, let's check some more stuff out real quick. Because what the mamacy represent is being birth, rebirth. The papacy represent of maintaining the status quo, order, authority. If you say something outside the box, we gonna laugh at you and call you names. So that's why the Romans had such a dumbed down society. Their civilization was so dumbed down because people perpetuated the ignorance through ridicule. right? Like we do today. You're not an expert. You're not a Pharisee or a Sadducee. You know, you don't have authority to give knowledge when who authorizing people to teach each one, right? So let's talk about what I'm breaking down is the trick of the papacy and the papal time trick, which would explain why Pope Gregory was so important, because you got to get your math right when you're rewriting history. And they didn't get it that right. But Pope Gregory had, you know, your job is to rewrite history. That ain't easy. The calendrical deception is mathematical. You had to have mathematicians in all of this. You got to make sure things add up, dates come out right. If someone investigating this in the future, how can we come back at them when they bring up the stones? Because, and what they saying is, look, in the future, if someone peep game, right, that the stones are older than the written history, then we'll hit them with the carbon dating trick. Carbon dating. So your carbon dating system, paleontology, archaeology, all of that is an extension of the Roman Empire scribes, which is why they're going to keep on finding stuff that supports the biblical timeline. And the crazy thing about that is the people who think they're Gnostics and that they only practice science, they follow the timeline science gives them, which correlates the biblical timeline. And you will have these so-called scientific people saying, I'm not religious. Bro, you believe in the Big Bang, right? That's let there be light, bro. Religion is you accepting a false history. The Big Bang is the first page of Genesis. When the Roman Empire had to recreate a new beginning, they couldn't have their physicists and all them saying something different. So our historians got to back up the papal history in the Bible. That's why they finding the Holy Grail and we found the Ark. It's forging history. It's trying to give validity to the false history. And all other religious people, it's going to reinforce their faith because they're going, you know, they found the Ark, right? You know, they found Jesus' tomb, the Bible, and then not to mention, they think the Bible is prophetic because the presidents on the world stage keep acting out the script. So all of this is the forged reality that keep the scribes writing the script for everybody. Because people do something on the world stage, we react to it in the audience. So they control everyone's behavior with this script. It's very, very spiritual. It's powerful. The people they can't control, they outcast them like Jesus. They find ways to discredit and ridicule them. Now watch this, right? The timeline was shifted. I'm about to give you a summary. The timeline was shifted, right? Because when the papacy took over, they start interpreting the symbols literally. And when they started interpreting the symbols literally, they had to start time over. They had to give us a new beginning. And that new beginning started where the old world ended. And the old world ended with everybody around the world realizing the knowledge of ascension and resurrection. That was the most popular thing on earth. So when the Roman Empire took over, they knew they couldn't delete all of the symbols associated with this popular discovery that was just discovered, pre-reset. So they had to reinterpret this symbol and what it means with the literal interpretation, and that's how they inverted the truth and created the papacy, which is the inverted form of the mamacy. Because what is a penis? It's an inverted womb. When you invert the matriarch, the truth becomes the lie. And all a lie is a new version of the truth that's interpreted wrong. And the truth is literally there, but it's hidden behind your literal interpretation. And so inverting these symbols by literally interpreting them creates a system that's dictator-based, tyrannical, authoritarian, and barbaric, where the men now assume power and send us on world conquest and war. Because the literal interpretation brings chaos and Zionism, which is now them forging their will into our reality through the literal belief in scripture, which justifies them to take over the world. And the them is the Roman Empire. So you have different fashions of the Roman Empire. You have the Zionists, the scribes, the church, the police, the all of that is the Roman Empire. Different departments for different objectives and different things that must be carried out. And I'm showing you the group we need to pay attention now are the scribes. The scribes, which are your historians today, we paying attention to. So there were no biblical prophets. There were only Roman scribes writing about biblical prophets, forging a history. And the gospel is basically, well, he said, she said, a gospel. Because when you line about history, we got to ask how the hell you know all that. And when we ask you how the hell you know all that, guess what liars like to do? Well, he said, she said, they never have first-hand experience on what the hell they talking about because they lying. And when you lying, ain't no way you experience what you talking about. You lying. And when you telling me something and you lying, I know you lying if I hit you with the, how you know that? Well, well, you know, well, he said, she said, you ain't bring up no proof, no experimentation. So me believing yo, he say, she say becomes me believing the gospel. Me believing and having faith in yo, he say, she say. Even though the Bible told me prove all things. Somebody else telling you believe in my he say, she say. So if you follow them, you can't blame the Bible. If you believe the gospel, you can't blame the Bible. The Bible told you to prove all things. It didn't say believe what Paul said. Paul told you everything he was preaching was an allegory and it wasn't meant to be taken literally. Allegory mean a symbol. Paul said everything I told you about Jesus and his fathers was an allegory. I just wanted to make y'all behave. Behave who? The Caesar, the earthly authority. That's the trick of the devil, got the whole world under their authority. And so let's move on. Let's move on. What we call prophecy, right? What we call prophecy and biblical scripture is just scribes who took over post-reset and had the responsibility of rewriting history. And the thing is, if there's a history on the earth that goes back for millions of years, that history tells us what we were doing, why we were doing it, and what we need to be doing right now. The reason we don't know what we need to be doing right now is because someone gave us a new history, which also gave us a new future. Once I break you away from real history, everything we doing today is a culmination of things that they said happened in the past. What if we find out that what they said happened in the past ain't true? Then everything we doing today is just us being manipulated by historians who lied to us about what happened then, and therefore justify where we at today. It justifies all the land that the Roman church got. It justifies the land they about to take at the Gaza Strip because it's written in the Bible. But the same book that got their history written in it got their future written in it. And I'm telling you why prophecy exists. Once I give you a new history, I gotta write you a new future. Because guess what? Our ancestors planned ahead based upon experience we did from the past. If I keep on doing a bunch of experiments and I'm taking notes, I know what not to do and what to do in the future based upon what I learned from the past. But once you delete all of that stuff from the past, you got a bunch of new humans on earth that don't even have purpose. Think about that. Because if you was born before shit hit the fan in the golden era, you were born into a world with purpose. You were born into a rich history of people telling you about humans evolving technologically for millions of years. You were born as a child into a world where people were spiritually advanced, giving you millions of years of rich history. And they were giving it to you through symbols. But after that, if you were born post-reset, you was just a blank slate with no history. That's the incubator baby. And we all descended from blank slates. That blank slate is a perfect canvas to write a new history on. And when you write that new history, it gives them a new future. Because the history, you got to think, it got God going to war with all of these innocent tribes. And it got his people taking over their land. And if you believe this history that the Bible giving you, you believe that the children of Israel is justified in taking all these people land. And you may say, well, I don't agree with world conquest, but I'm a Christian. You agree with world conquest. If you are following the literal interpretation that the papacy is giving you, you are a Zionist and blood is on your hand. I don't care how good you trying to convince yourself. But Sanchez, all I'm doing is literally believing in Jesus. That's enough to get you sent to hell, because you literally believing in Jesus means you literally believe in the history of Jesus, that he was born through Mary and Joseph, and you can trace their bloodline and all that and all of the prophets back to Joshua's army and God's army. If you don't agree with world conquest, guess what you need to be saying? The literal interpretation of the Bible is a lie, and God ain't got no damn chosen people. That's right. If you can't say, I literally believe the Bible, but I don't believe God got a favorite people that he want to conquer the world. But I believe Jesus died for me for real. You can't believe one event that's part of a connected series of events, but you don't believe the other events, but you believe the resurrection. You can't delete one thing from it. Once you say Jesus literally existed, you got to take everything else that come with the literal interpretation of the Bible, because Jesus has a history. He got a mom and daddy. And once you go to doing all your research, it go to Noah, you end way with Abraham, Joshua, all of them. And guess what? You're now in the Lord's military. You can't say, well, I like Jesus, but I don't like Joshua's army, because Jesus is part of Joshua's army. Jesus would disagree with you. Jesus loved Joshua. The literal interpretation of Jesus. See, the real Jesus was killed by Joshua's army, because Joshua's army is the Roman Empire going around the world taking people's shit and forcing the literal interpretation of Jesus on them, getting rid of their serpent knowledge. So when the Roman Empire conquer you, The army that conquered you start telling your future generations it was God's army that took your land, not the Roman Empire. It was God's army, and God gave them the power to take your land. You know, the new God that they force upon you and make you worship, the new God, which is the literal interpretation of your own soul. Once they take your power away, they give you a graven image in replace of it. And the whole world worshiping the graven image. Because the graven image is the literal interpretation of that symbol. That'll be like me dropping down to my knees and worshiping that snake on a stick. That's what you do when you worship Christ on the cross. You're practicing barbarianism. You think that you the real Christian, but you're a damn heathen, and I'm trying to liberate your ass. That's right. Trying to connect you back to your ancestors, because you connected to the damn papacy. And until you get over your ego, you're going to stay connected. I know you don't want to be wrong. You've been believing that lie all your life. You're worshiping graven images that don't talk back. They will never save you. The only thing that's going to save you is you acknowledging your own inner light and the force within you, Luke. Got me sounding like Darth Vader around this motherfucker. The light within you, Luke Skywalker. Yeah, man, like they was telling Neo, man, when you activate this God in you. That's liberation and salvation. You waiting on a graven image to save you? Look, we've been waiting for years and we getting worse and worse. These people think that the goat blood gonna save them, but guess what? They land getting colonized by Rome as I speak. Everybody in the world that's practicing these sick rituals doing the worst. And we think that this stuff gonna bring us good luck when we at the bottom of society. Us practicing these papal rituals, which is the literal interpretation of these symbols, is the reason why we at the bottom of society, because a peasant in Rome is one without knowledge of self. Rome created peasants by making them tribes disconnect themselves from their knowledge and ancestors via literal interpretation. So when your people got captured by Rome, they made you start interpreting all your symbols literally, and you became a damn heathen. Look at you. And you can't tell a heathen nothing, because they gonna tell you, I got faith that this blood gonna get rid of my evil. Guess what they gonna tell you? I got faith and belief, Sanchez, that the blood of Christ gonna get rid of evil. But look at our ghettos. Look at our communities. Look at the condition of our people. The blood of Christ, covering ourselves in the blood of Christ, ain't protected us from no evil. It's almost like this blood we pouring on us, it's the damn evil energy we welcoming. Everybody that's doing this stuff is at the bottom. They struggling. All around the world. And if you tell them that the stuff they practicing ain't serving them, it ain't liberating them, they will argue and fight you to death to keep practicing their papal rituals. We're in a damn simulation and a matrix, man. And the transhumans got us lost, bro. They got you lost through literal interpretation. They got you disconnected from your roots, from your own inner light, because you're practicing heathen rituals due to fear and ignorance. It's dimmed your light. Let's now go deeper. We about to go deeper, everybody. Let me give a shout out to Riley Studios. Before we go deeper, I got to take a break, quick commercial break to pay the bills. It won't be a long one. But before we take that commercial break, I'm going to read all donations right now. Let's welcome our new member, Cellmate 4. Let's go ahead and clap it up. Let's drop a bomb for Rogue Knowledge. For that super chat. Thank you, Rogue Knowledge. And let's clap it up for the new member. Funny Mama Cedar, welcome to the family. Thank you. Thank you. Funny Mama Cedar for becoming a member. Shout out to Miss Honeybee. Miss Honeybee, thank you for your donation and for being a member. And to Carl Scott, thank you for your donation. And to Joshua Tellerton, thank you and Carl Scott for y'all donations. What's good, Josh? And Josh, thanks for being a member too. And shout out to Awakening Minds. He said, keep cooking, fam. As always, Awakening Minds, appreciate your support, my brother. And we want to give a shout out to Sally McDermott. As always, much love, Sally, for your continued support. Can't thank y'all enough. I appreciate it. To the sister Sally. Shout out to Dreezy Dre once again, Awakening Minds. Papacy, Papacy, Papacy. You write, which is a ritual. Come on now. You write, fam. The pen ended up being mightier than the sword. The pen is the damn witches one. They just rewriting history again. The witches, the scribes were the magicians. Now think about this, right? The magician is the one that can control people's behavior without touching them with magic. How did the scribes, why is a scribe synonymous with magician? Because the magi, the scribes, the magicians, controlling the whole world's behavior with forged history. History is very important. What you believe happened in the past dictate everything you base your life and how you move in the future. It dictates your value system. Because who you are is tied to your ancestral lineage. That's how you forge an identity. And if they starting everybody off with Adam and Eve, you starting us off as humans that fell from glory and in need of Christ to save us from some scary devil. That's the literal interpretation. Versus you telling me, Sanchez, you come from gods who achieve immortality. Ain't no boogeyman out there. You are an immortal yourself. And basically for you to tap into your immortality, Sanchez, you need to tap into your ancestral roots. But we can't do that because they deleted history. They're hiding the knowledge of salvation behind barbarianism and belief in ritual, papal ritual. Etymology time. Let's do it, y'all. So etymology-wise, what the etymology portion of this about to do is about to tie in everything I told you in the beginning, but we're going to back it up now with our etymology. Now, Brother Sanchez, why is the etymology part of the lecture important? Well, let's go back and show you something. And I want to teach you this because if you go on to somebody's channel and they bringing up topics, but they're not going into the etymology, they ain't giving you the whole thing. See, I'm being very thorough with y'all. That's why people appreciate my work. It's thorough. Ain't nobody pulling up etymology for y'all because they don't know how to do it. Now, look, I got to pull up etymology. You know why? Because look what my job is. Listen, I call myself a syncretist. Anybody calling themselves a syncretist and they ain't dealing with symbols, symbolism, and etymology, they ain't no syncretist, y'all. I'm a syncretist, and I'm not going to let nobody claim this thing, and they ain't a real one, okay? Now, you can't be a syncretist and be lazy, because it's a lot of hard work in syncretism, and it ain't a lot of money in it. It's something you doing because you want the truth. It's something I got into because I wanted the truth. And when I found the truth, I said, I got to share this with everybody. So I started to make collages, find ways to teach it to where you can understand it and all that. But not to be too long-winded, the reason we doing etymology is because it's a key part of syncretism. It goes into the history of the word. It shows us the linguistics, the merging of different inflectional varieties of a word during the development of language. You really need to start getting into etymology, people. I wouldn't even lie to you, man. Because before I get into the etymology, let me just say this. I see a lot of guys researching, doing live lectures, and having the etymology dictionary should be like, I'm teaching math and I got my calculator on. It's like I'm watching math teachers teach math and they guessing instead of using a calculator. That's silly. Because when you bring up certain words and you try to break them down, you don't gotta make stuff up, man. You go right here. And what you do when you read this, I swear some gonna click in your third eye, and that's what we about to do today. So let's start. Here go the word Vatican. All right, so check it out. The word Vatican come from the 1550s. Stop right there, because again, people ain't thorough. And one thing about etymology is you don't just read this real quick and move on. Okay, let me show you something real quick. Because etymology is giving you a lot of important information that you may not think is important. So for example, right? Why did I stop at 1550s? Because what did I just tell you? The golden age was 400 to 500 years ago. Black people will tell you we've been enslaved for 400 years. So let's go back 500 years and we would be not slaves, we would be gods again, living in heaven, utopia. So 500 years ago represent when we was doing our thing. And in between 500 years ago and 400 years ago, a 100-year span, we lost power. So what's 400 years from 2026? The 1900s, the 1800s, the 1700s, the 1600s. That was when slavery was booming. In the 1600s, slavery, because that was 400 years ago. 1600s, 1700s, guess what? We're going into slavery now. The 1600s and 1700s represent when we was transitioning into slavery. 1500s to 1600s, we transitioning into slavery, and the power that's doing all of this, that's enslaving people, is what? The Vatican. So that's why I said, don't be so quick when you reading an etymology, man. Relax, chill out, smoke a blunt. Take your time when you research, and shit's gonna pop out to you, and you're gonna be getting thorough like Indiana Jones, like Johnny Cochran. See, we ain't even read nothing yet, man. We stopped at 1550s. I can't even go to the rest yet, because I want to show you why it's important to know that the word Vatican just came into existence in the 1550s. We got to stop, and I'm not going to read nothing yet. We ain't going to read nothing yet. In fact, let me take this off of there. We finna slow this shit down. Because the word Vatican only coming into the lexicon in the 1550s is something we gotta let sink in. Because we talking about the exact time when we were going into slavery and transitioning from gods to believers. 1500s is 500 years ago from today. And the Vatican became an entity in 1550. From 1500 to 1600 was when the institution of slavery appeared on the earth. I can't say on the earth, but I can say this was when these people came to my land. Because check me out, right? Check me out, right? What you calling the damn Vatican, right, are the pilgrims. Watch this. What you calling the Vatican are the pilgrims. And check it out. When the pilgrims came over here, they didn't just find the country and establish America like that. America was established in 1776. But the pilgrims was already over here in the 1500s. Now let's go back to etymology to show you what I'm talking about. They told y'all that the pilgrims settled with the Indian. They didn't tell you how long. Watch this, right? The pilgrims came to America in the 1500s. I'm going to say that one more time. The pilgrims came to America in the 1500s, but they didn't find a country, right? They didn't find a country until 1776. Now, what is Brother Sanchez telling you? Here go my theory. My theory is that when the pilgrims settled with the Indians, they settled with us for like 2 centuries. They settled with us from 1500 to 1776. And that's how long it took these bastards to take over. Listen, when the pilgrim first showed up in America, it was in the 1500s. But it took him 2 centuries. It wasn't till 1776 that the pilgrims became the new power in America. That's how long it took them. Keep in mind, we using their timeline, which is a lie anyway, but I'm showing you something for a reason, right? Show you how long they was here, because what they was doing, they was learning our knowledge. You got to think about what I'm telling you, man. The pilgrims, they didn't know none of this knowledge. They came into a world that was rich with knowledge. The knowledge that we had goes back millennia. And when the pilgrim showed up in the 1500s, he had to learn all that knowledge in 2 centuries. The pilgrim had to learn millions of years of research about the soul, the psyche, the central. He had to learn all this stuff from 1500 to 1750. And in that little bit of time, from 1500 to 1700, that was enough for the pilgrim to make his move and say, okay, we've learned enough. We know enough to take over this shit and rebuild it, destroy and rebuild it. That's when the reset happened. When we taught them the knowledge of resurrection, they built technology to cheat death and started killing up everybody. The moment them folks learned how to be immortal, they didn't care about doing evil no more. I'm trying to show you that the lawless ones, they escaped the law with technology. Let me show you. What made sure that we follow the law was the promise of immortality. But when the transhumans rose to power, they were saying, look, fuck the law. I want to live forever without being a good person. So the transhumans cheated death. And they became immortals, right? They succeeded with becoming immortal, but it condemned them to earth because the technology that they're using to achieve immortality is found on earth, meaning that Neuralink is made out of aluminum, copper, metal, different metals, right? And all of the metals that they make Neuralink with, those are the metals that they forged the golden calf with. Don't you know that the main component of Neuralink is copper? And all of the gods that they forged was made out of copper and bronze, which is like a copper alloy. If people didn't know, bronze is a copper alloy. But watch this, right? Copper transmit electricity. They god was called El. Now, people, you got to realize there are a group of people ruling the earth right now. And listen, because I want to break some deep shit down to y'all before we go back to the etymology. A lot of dumb folks, they like to ask me, if we were so smart, how we lost our power. Because what gives them an advantage, y'all, they're not bound to the law of karma. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Because you're going to always have somebody ask you, if our ancestors were so smart, how did they lose against this barbarian? Guess what, folks? The barbarian ruled the physical world because he ain't bound to the law. And he can't go beyond the physical world. In other words, check this out. The barbarian can torture children. The barbarian can kill people. The barbarian can steal from people. And nothing gonna happen to them. They don't gotta follow the law. Why? Because they're already condemned. The barbarian don't got to follow the law of karma. They can kill as many people they want. They can torture children. They can be like Epstein. Because their karma, listen, the universe can't punish these people because they cheated the universe. But the price that they paid for that is condemnation. Meaning the devil can't leave hell, which is the earth. They tell you that the biggest trick of the devil to make you think that he don't exist. But everybody believe in the devil. Let me tell you something. The biggest trick of the devil is to make you think that the earth ain't hell. The devil got everybody thinking that they ain't in hell right now. Bro, we in hell right now. And the only way you can get up out of hell is with this knowledge I'm giving you right now. The biggest trick of the devil was to make you think hell was a place where you burning forever, when hell is a place where you recycle forever until you wake up with the knowledge of self. These folks know when you die, you ain't gonna go to no damn burning lake of fire. They know that when you die, you gonna come right back and reincarnate here until you break the spell, the ghost spell. But then they tell you about the lake of fire to get you scared. Oh, I better follow Jesus because I don't want to get burnt. You can't burn a soul, my nigga. I'm going to say that shit one more time. You cannot burn a soul. Let me tell you something, dude. Your soul is made out of some shit that's stronger than fire. If you knew what your soul was, if a nigga told you that they was gonna set your soul on fire, you would laugh at him. He said he gonna burn my soul. Guess what, dude? Your goddamn soul is a lightning bolt. Your soul is listen, your soul is brighter than any flickering flame of fire. Your soul is brighter than any fire burning. Your soul is hotter than any fire you can set off on earth. Your soul is equivalent to the energy of the Big Bang that they talking about. And the Big Bang created earth, wind, and fire. How you gonna tell a nigga that's made out of the same shit that caused the Big Bang, you gonna burn me with some fire? When my soul created fire. The shit that my soul is made out of is what gave birth to earth, wind, and fire. That shit comes after my soul. Fire can't do nothing to you. Talking about you can burn a soul with fire is like saying, nigga, I can freeze your soul with ice. My soul don't feel no damn heat and no cold. My soul ain't bound to physical limitations like heat and cold and fire and wind. Wind can't blow my soul away. Fire can't burn it away. Earth can't smush it. Because what my soul is transcend any four elements you can name. My soul is beyond any of what you call earth, water, wind, and fire. It's some greater. My soul is greater than any element. So for you to threaten my soul with fire, which is an element, boy, that shit like David Chappelle to me. That's funny than a motherfucker right there. That shit's hilarious. Sanchez, we gonna trap your soul in a cage and set it and freeze it. Nigga, do you know what my soul is? Don't even mention physical elements when you talk about taming something like my soul. If you come in with earth, water, wind, and fire to tame my soul, you're a damn joke. You can't trap a lightning bolt in a cage. And you can't set that lightning bolt on fire. Good luck. Listen here, let's get into the etymology. So now that we know why it's important to let it sink in that the Vatican only became a word in the 1550s. That means before the year 1550, there was no word called Vatican on earth. Sanchez, why is that important? I'm giving you, listen, I'm giving y'all the sauce, man. Hit the like button, hit the super chat, hit the cash app. I'm giving you the sauce, bro. I'm not a gate guard. I'm giving you the sauce and the pattern that you need to liberate yourself. Because I'm showing you simple stuff you can use anytime. If you go to etymology, bro, and you realize that the word Vatican is only 500 years old, then you got to ask yourself, how the fuck are they talking about in the beginning? That's right. Listen, the people who telling the whole world the history of humanity from day one, think about this now. The Vatican got a copyright on Genesis in the beginning. So the Vatican got a history of humanity that starts 10,000 years ago when the book of Genesis was written. But the Vatican only became an entity 500 years ago. Let me say that again. Let me freaking say that again. It went over your head. Listen. The Vatican is only 500 years old. Boy, let me say that again with my camera big. You ain't hearing me. The Vatican is only 500 years old. There was no word called Vatican before the 1500s. That's right. How you pop up with your 500-year-old ass telling me about a history that goes back 10,000 years ago? And the history you telling me about is older than you. And the history you telling me about still is 10,000 years ain't nothing, nigga. 10,000 years ain't even history. That's like yesterday in the face of history. So you telling me 10,000 years ago, the first humans were created. And the people telling me that just became an entity 500 years ago. What's wrong with what's going on here, people? Let me break this down to you. Let's read some more. Now we're going to get into the etymology to answer this question here. Watch this, right? Read the first line and that shit going to blow you away. I swear to God. When you read this first line, you going to want to kiss me on my motherfucking lips, nigga. No homo. Read that first line. Read that first line and let it sink in. I highlighted it. Guess what the Vatican is, y'all? A mass of buildings that was occupied by the popes in Rome, and I'm not even making it up. You can look up the etymology yourself and see I'm not lying about these goddamn property pirates, these goddamn squatters. They squatters. People will say Sanchez making it up. Nigga, go look up the etymology of Vatican. The first line, bro. I'm going to drop my mic, nigga. Hold up. Hold on. Tell me I didn't earn a mic drop. That's why I didn't go to that yet. Hold on. Change the screen, nigga. Change the screen. Tell me that ain't a mic drop, folks. If I just earned the mic drop, let's take a 30-second breather for this bomb, nigga, and drop me some fireballs and let that shit marinate for 30 seconds. Read that right there, bro. I'm going to leave that up. I'm going to leave this up. I don't know if you see what you reading right now. I'm not saying that. Read that, nigga. And I'm going to take a 30-second break just for you to let that sink in what I highlighted. The Vatican ain't a church. It's a squatters group. It's a bunch of people that's occupying property that don't belong to them. Read the first sentence. I'm going to shut up. At this point of the stream, you just got to let the mic breathe, nigga.
Flawless victory.
Nobody making this shit up. Nobody be making stuff up, bro. Every time I come to y'all, I come thorough. I ain't never betrayed y'all with this information. Bro, when I die, people may have a lot to say about my character because I know I'm a piece of shit. Like, I know I have a long way to grow and get over my ego. But niggas can say about my ego and all that is facts because I'm human. But nigga, one thing about it is I'm right. And when you right in the world and all these folks wrong, it makes you trip sometime and just kind of get crazy, nigga. Because they not showing me no respect and love because they don't want the truth out. So I got to get blackballed. You don't think these folks got an etymology dictionary? You don't think your pastor and all these folks can look up Vatican right now and do what I'm doing? Why they won't do it, though? I'm going to let that shit sit just 15 more seconds, bro, because it's very important to know it ain't just something I'm saying. Tartaria, listen, Tartaria ain't a conspiracy theory. We telling you history was forged and the people in power are some goddamn squatters and barbarians who are dumb as hell and made everybody else dumb with them. And they killed the people that had all the damn knowledge. After the reset, what did I tell y'all about Rome? Rome ain't no damn... See, because what I don't like about this shit, you got a bunch of damn gypsies and primitive ass nomads and barbarians telling the world that they are mighty empire that went round the world on conquest with swords and shit, inspired by a holy God that led them, and that they so damn powerful and strong that they just physically beat everybody's ass and took over all this property and wealth. Come on, folks. Come on now. You think Rome that powerful, bro? You talking Egypt, Mesoamerica. We ain't even gonna mention China. What we're calling Rome is a bunch of damn vagabonds that took over power in all of these damn different places in the world after an apocalyptic event. Ain't no such thing as China. Ain't no such thing as Russia or Germany. Your idea of different countries is an illusion. The only thing that exists is Rome. And if you ain't Rome, then guess what? We coming to your country to fight you right now. The only thing that exists is the Eastern world and the Western world. The only thing that exists is colonizers and people who are promoting liberation and sovereignty and the natural order. Ain't no China and Russia, ain't no world war. Your nationality is a lie. Ain't no nations. Ain't no such thing as nations. The only thing that exists is transhumans and real humans. The transhumans created the concept of nations to divide and conquer the real humans. And everyone's nation was created by those people's literal interpretation of their ancestral symbols. You see what Rome is? Rome are a bunch of gypsies that came after a reset, and when the people after the reset was asking, who are we? Where do we come from? And the people was looking at the symbols and the stones, and Rome was basically the entity that took over out the world, that took over after the reset, and their job was to reinterpret the symbols, because these symbols survived the reset. World religion was created by the reinterpretation of the old world symbols, and they made everyone interpret their symbols literally. And when everyone's literal interpretation of their symbol of Kundalini rising became their own Abrahamic faith and their own version of believing in a graven image for immortality. I don't care if you're a Muslim or whatever you are. You're literally believing in these symbols. And they did it to everybody. So no matter where you go in the world, if you find yourself around a group of people that's practicing Abrahamic faith and literal belief in scripture, that's Rome. So if you want to know how big the Roman Empire is, look at everywhere in the world where they're practicing the Abrahamic faith. That's how big Rome is. And Rome ain't nothing but a bunch of transhumans without souls that took over after the reset. And when people ask a question, how did they win the war if we smarter than them? Let me answer that again, because that's very important. People gonna ask you that. You need to know how to answer. How did these vagabonds win the war when we smarter than them? It's because in the physical construct or the simulation, nothing is stronger than the humans that merge with the computer. That's like saying, okay, see, the thing about why Mario ain't stronger than Cooper, because Mario is only stronger than Cooper outside the game. As long as Mario in the game, Cooper ruled that. You know why? No matter how many times Mario beat Cooper, Cooper can't die. And Cooper can't die are the transhumans that cannot die. You can't blow them up. They survive every reset. Listen what I'm telling you, man. You can't shoot these people and get rid of them because they are infinite omniscient consciousness that exists as a hive mind throughout a network of billions of drone bodies on the earth, from homeless men to politicians to school teachers to athletes. And you can't tell them apart from regular humans. They occupy all areas of society, and they are literally wolves in sheep clothes, like the Bible tell you about the devil. You just can't see who they are. They blended in. They've hid themselves. So the only way you know who they are is by their agenda. But even then, you can't tell because you got regular humans that act like transhumans because we've bought into the technological dictatorship and the mark of the beast with technology ruling everybody, which is saying the devil ruling, right? So it's important to know you can't kill these people because the bodies that they occupy are many, like legion. You can kill, like you can say, take that, demon, I stabbed you to death. You didn't kill it. Because this is a consciousness that exists in billions of bodies. I'm telling you right now that out of 10 billion people on Earth, probably half of them ain't even human. I ain't making this up. Most of the people on Earth, I ain't gonna say most because it's like half, but everybody ain't human, bro. And the non-humans control everything because it's their world. It ain't ours. What does Mario represent? Mario represent the player character. And guess what? The player character don't live in the game. He just controlling the avatar for a minute. But the player character can put the controller down and live in a real world outside the game. That's what Mario represent. The player character. The computer ain't controlling Mario. Just like your body is Mario. Because what's controlling your body is your higher self. Meditating, playing a game. And the thoughts of your higher self is being broadcasted to your body. And if you listen to the voice within and follow that, the ancestor said that leads you out of the simulation. My back. So, yeah, you can't kill these things. They survive every reset. If all life get wiped out right now, these things gonna come back and live and act like humans, but they ain't humans. But what are they? They are ghosts in a machine. Our world ain't physical. It's holographic. What you call in physicality is just you interfacing with the simulation through an avatar or a body. And that's how these beings interface with the simulation. You're projecting your soul from heaven. They're projecting their soul from a computer in the middle of the earth. You see what I'm saying? Listen what I'm telling you, right? We're not walking on the real ground. When the reset happened, the old world was buried under the ground. When the war broke out between the humans and the transhumans, we buried the old world under the ground with the mud flood. That's why the first levels is buried. Listen, the equipment that's controlling these devils is buried under the ground. And for us to shut these beings off, right, we will have to journey to the center of the earth. There's a machine in the middle of the earth. It's a big computer. It's called Sheol. Let me show it to you. It's a hollow, it's like an underground military base, but it ain't a military base, it's an intergalactic federation. This little spot right here in Sheol is an underground city. And what's happening underground is what they showed you in iRobot. Now let me show you. In the movie iRobot, they showed you this underground army. And what's going on underground is where the transhumans are spawning from. They're creating synthetic bodies that's indistinguishable from the bodies we're creating in our mother's fetal bag as fallen angels. Just like we're spawning from heaven, we're fallen angels that come from heaven. They are artificial technological bots that are manufactured in Sheol. They don't have birthmarks, they have barcodes. And they're trying to make everybody like them. In the future, children won't have birthmarks. They're going to have barcodes because the transhumans are taking over and they're terraforming everything to be suitable for them and their species. The people you see in power, when they die, they have a new body that's being manufactured in Sheol. And they just come right back to life as a new human with a new agenda. They don't die. Their body die, but they just transport their soul to another body. And you may go from being a damn dictator to a football player. You know, these devils got different roles to play to keep the world stage going. So a devil may die, he was a dictator, and a new devil may take a shift after him to be the dictator. And they may say, look, man, I'm tired of being a fucking dictator. Let me go be a football coach, bro. I've been a dictator for the last 10,000 years. These are immortal beings. And they have shift changes. It's one mind together that they all share. And they can swap bodies and all that because that's the technology that we learned in Tartaria. But they're using it to be witches and manipulators and rulers of the world. We was learning this knowledge so we can naturally free our soul from this simulation. They learning it so they can be gods and rock stars and ball out and control everything. Like they said, the devil wanted his kingdom on the earth. Right? It ain't that the devil ain't got a kingdom. It's that the devil rule in a lower kingdom called earth. Hell is a lie. Hell is a new lie that they telling. Everybody knew that earth was hell. But the papacy greatest trick ain't to hide the devil, because everybody believe in the devil. The papacy greatest trick was to turn the symbols of your immortality into a literal devil. That was the trick. And the papacy's greatest trick was to hide hell, so you don't know you in it, so you don't try to leave it. If this world is hell and the devil can't go no further than this hell, he don't want you to know where you at, man. And that's what the space program is. The space program is the Roman Empire not wanting you to know where you at. Because once they go to talking about the firmament domes and the ethers, now you teaching us the knowledge of ascension and liberation, like what I'm doing with flat earth and all of this stuff. So if they tell one lie, they got to tell the other lie, which is, hey, ain't nothing up there but space and a bunch of chaotic gas. They got to make you think. See, what is space? Space is them lying and expanding the physical realm. They're expanding the realm of earth, water, wind, and fire. Our ancestors said above us is the realm of light, and it's occupied by light beings who have a soul. And below that is earth, water, wind, and fire, hell. So what the space program is doing is when you look up in the sky at the realm of light, They saying ain't nothing up there. There is no realm of light. It's more gas and rocks and nickel and iron. So they making it like ain't no heaven. Because when you go up there, you can't escape physicality. You still looking at gas planets and water planets. And the trick is the 4 elements. The ancestors knew you reach a point where you transcend the 4 elements, like Enoch did when he ascended. But the space program is them hiding all that knowledge and saying, transcension don't exist. If you keep going up, it's just more earth, water, and fire and rock. That's where space is. And that's a lie. That's a lie from the barbarian, because he don't want you to go up there. And you won't think about going up there if you think about space. Because you think, hey, I'm not an astronaut. Yes, you are. You can astro travel. You can go to them stars, man, with psychological techniques. And they hid those techniques behind literal interpretation that stopped us from traveling the heavens. Now the only people we think can travel the heavens is NASA, because we're thinking you supposed to do it physically. Once they tell you it's still a physical realm up there, now we try to develop physical technology to go to heaven. But this is all because of the literal interpretation. Everything from the rituals we do to the space program is all rituals we do based upon the literal interpretation of this ancient knowledge. It got the whole world dumbed down, man, partaking in multi-trillion-dollar rituals that keep them getting rich and us getting poor. Because when we buy into the literal interpretation, we got to get taxed with tax dollars to solve a problem. And what is that problem? Leaving the earth. How are humans going to leave the earth and travel to heavens? They replaced that with the space age. The space age hid the awakening age. The space age brought us to the space programming and away from the spiritual programming. And that's a trick of the transhumans, because the transhumans can't transcend the physical realm of earth, water, wind, and fire. You know why? Because the technology that keeps them immortal is made out of the elements. Let me say that again. The transhumans can't transcend the physical realm. What we call the physical realm is nothing but the matrix of earth, water, wind, and fire. And why the transhumans can't transcend the physical realm is because the technology that they fuse themselves with is made out of the 4 elements. These 4 elements are low vibrational frequencies that create the cross, which is time and space. That cross, time, space, XY axis, and it's a matrix of solid, liquid, gas, ether, and back to solid, liquid, gas. What you're trying to do as an ethereal being is transcend your lower version, which is your solid, liquid, gas version, your body, your avatar. You're trying to transcend that to an ethereal body. And that's through decomposition. But what happens when you disappear and come right back? It's because you haven't raised your frequency to the higher realm. It's like changing the channel. If you don't change the channel, you come back here to the same station. So raising your vibration with knowledge and power is literally you changing the knob to a higher realm, so that when you die, you saying, don't bring me back here. I changed. I'm no longer the same. I changed to a new version of me that exists in a higher state, a new reality, a higher station. That's why change is important. People who don't change, it's because of ritual programming, and not changing is stagnation. It keeps you coming back here. These transhumans can't go to heaven because they are relying on earth, water, wind, and fire to create the mechanisms to achieve their immortality. That's why when the war broke out, they conquered the earth, but they didn't conquer the heavens. And you read about that in the Bible. The Bible told y'all Satan conquered the earth, but Satan didn't conquer heaven. Satan got kicked out of heaven. Satan ruled the earth realm, but Satan don't rule heaven. We rule heaven. And we can't rule the earth realm. You know why? We will never beat these transhumans at the simulation because they're merged with the artificial intelligence that govern it. It's like saying, okay, you a player character. The game is against you. How are you going to rule the game when it's programmed to be against you? In other words, check this out. Mario ain't there to rule the game. Mario is there to do what? Beat the game. Beating the game ain't ruling it. It's destroying it all together. It ain't nothing else to rule when you beat it. It's game over. You ain't ever beat the game of Mario? That's it. Game over. The people who trying to rule the game, those are the transhumans. Our ancestors was never trying to rule the game. They was trying to transcend the game. They were trying to shift their consciousness beyond the game, beyond earth, water, wind, and fire. The people who was fascinated with ruling the game, ruling the world, they achieved it. And if you share that same desire to rule the world, then guess what? You gonna take the mark of the beast. That's the spirit of capitalism. The spirit of capitalism is for young, ambitious men to go out there and conquer the world. And you can't conquer the world without selling your soul to the beast who already control the world. So either you're going to go within and be a monk and be in the world but not of the world, or you're going to be so fascinated with the world that you want to rule that shit. And that's the same spirit the devil had. What separates God from the devil, the gods from the devils, the gods ain't interested in ruling the fucking simulation. The gods are interested in making it out of the fucking simulation. Once you tell me I'm trapped in a video game, what do I look like trying to ball out in a fake ass game? I look like that dude on the Matrix movie that's eating that steak. The dude in the Matrix movie eating the steak, he know that the shit fake, but he's saying, put me back in this fake ass world, man. I know it's a game, but I want to ball out in the game. That's the spirit of capitalism. The spirit of Rome, the spirit of capitalism says, listen, when our ancestors taught these folks the truth, that we're in a simulation, you would think that they would say, damn, how do we get out? Because that's where we did. No. These people said, you're right, we in a simulation, and we don't care long as we get to rule it. The devil don't care about being in hell long as he in charge. And if the devil is in charge in hell, he don't care about going to heaven. He care about securing his kingdom called hell. And how he secured that is by giving you all of the earth, water, wind, and fire that you love. Because what happened in the Matrix movie? The elements. You love that shit, don't you? Earth, water, wind, and fire. What made this man leave the real world and go back into the program? Because in the program, they gave him a lot of earth, water, wind, and fire. Money, resources, elements. In the real world, he's rich in wisdom and truth. But in the fake world, he got fake fiat money that he can't even take with him out of that shit because it's a program. So he got to enjoy all of that while being in bondage inside the simulation. But if you want the truth, you got to give up these fake Because ain't none of this shit real. It's a hologram. Attaching yourself to it is what makes you buy into the new system of capitalism and the papal literal interpretation. And once you buy into that and they shower you with earthly blessings, guess what you got to tell people? Jesus Christ gave me my blessings. So you got to use, so when the devil give you all of your gifts because you sold your soul, you got to use that as proof that the literal interpretation of Jesus is real. You see the trick? You see the trick? Remember, the literal interpretation is what's keeping the world in bondage. When someone get the bag and they sell their soul for the money, what's the first thing they say? Jesus bless me. And what is Jesus? The papacy's literal interpretation. So all of the sellouts are taught to tell all of the peasants, if you want to get rich, keep on believing in the literal interpretation. And they gonna do it. Why? Because the people at the top keep pushing the literal interpretation and they rich as hell. How you gonna tell a young man don't listen to Creflo Dollar when Creflo Dollar telling him, look at my mansion, look at my jet, God bless me with that? You want to be successful, right, young man? Show Jesus some love. Get on your knees and praise this graven image. Literally praise this symbol, this graven image, and it'll bless you. And what'll happen is the papacy will start blessing people literally. If you pushing this propaganda, they will give you money. But people will interpret that as, it must be real because most of the successful people keep thanking my God. So when you buy into it, they reinforce it with the success that comes with it, just like in the Matrix movie. Because what you think gonna happen when Cypher go back in the Matrix? He know the damn truth, but he sold his soul. So when he get back in the Matrix, he gonna be the biggest bishop, biggest pastor in the world. Because the people that know the truth and they sign a contract with the devil, they got a biggest obligation to go back in the Matrix and push the propaganda, because you're a slave now. You're in debt to the beast, and you got to now be pulling in souls. You got to be corrupting souls and leading people astray. Otherwise, you're going to get punished and DP'd. Like, wait a minute. I'm making you wealthy, Cyrus. I'm making you a rich man in the simulation, but you ain't corrupting nobody. You ain't bringing more souls to the beast. Why the fuck are we doing business with you? So he's got an obligation once the beast plug him back in with all that money and power, because he know more than everybody else in the Matrix. And to whose much is given, much responsibility is expected out of him. He just can't go back in the Matrix and be a regular motherfucker. AI gonna say, man, what the hell you doing, nigga? We made you rich and powerful. You need to be corrupting people. What the fuck you doing? You ain't leading souls astray. Like, you know what's going on. You know what the mission is, nigga. We're here to lead souls astray. Why you ain't doing it? You just signed a deal with us. You know what the mission is. So once you sign that deal, you are an eternal slave. And not only are you condemned, they recruiting you to go bite other innocent souls and condemn them too. It's a perpetual cycle of condemnation. So the people you see in this world doing the most damage and corrupting the most people, these are immortals. They've already sold a soul to the beast, and they've been here thousands of years corrupting souls. And guess what? You've been here thousands of years saving souls. You just don't know it. And you not knowing that you've been here before, it's the limitations of you doing it the natural way. because you are an immortal soul that entered a new body, this new body don't have the memory of all of your past reincarnations. But that's okay. It don't need it. Because embedded in your DNA is a code to make you act a certain way that's anti-establishment and you don't even know what you're doing. See, even when our people are Christians, we're saying fuck the government. We just too dumb to know that we following the government agenda through our belief system. But some in us know that these folks in power who serve this same God I serve, fuck them. They ain't on our side. Right? Even though we don't got all this knowledge I'm giving, some in us know them still our enemies. Even though we all serve the same God. A black Christian would tell you, yeah, we can't really trust the government like that, even though we in a Christian nation. So some in us know it's something different about them. And the difference is they're pushing a technological agenda. And that don't line up with what we are as humans, as natural light beings. So the Christians don't know how to put their hand on it, but they know they not like us, right? But they don't know this is the synagogue of Satan your Bible speak about, and they ain't even human, right? But they know it's something different. And that difference is the inhumane nature of the people in power going around the world murdering everybody. Because your grandma is a Christian just like them, but she ain't going to do all that. So what exposes these wolves in sheep clothes is that even though they dressed up like sheep, they act like wolves. You know the real sheep from the wolves because you got some sheep that's hanging people, castrating them, torturing them, burning them alive. And then you got some sheep that's very compassionate. Everybody look like sheep, but all of us ain't the same, nigga. Them ain't really sheep. They wolves. That's why they over there acting barbaric. And we ain't. But they look like us, but they ain't bound to the law of karma. That's why they can act barbaric. Cause they don't get their immortality through being a good person. They condemn and they can't go to heaven anyway. So it really don't do them no good to be good. Because think about this, right? What if you tell a person, okay, what you just done is so wrong, you can never be forgiven. I don't care how good you become after this, you can never go to heaven again. That's what these people are facing, y'all. And I'm going to tell you right now, bro, that's some sad shit, nigga. The worst thing that can happen to a motherfucker is condemnation, nigga. That means the soul in your body can never be anything else but a flesh and bone avatar inside of this damn hellhole. It ain't got nothing better to look forward to. You can't transcend this layer of reality. Bro, I'm going to tell y'all right now, that's the worst thing that can happen to you, nigga. And it happened to these people. Now listen, when the laws of the universe condemns you, nigga, y'all gotta hear what I'm saying. You got to realize why these people so damn evil, man. These people are so evil, it's because it don't matter how much good they do, they can never go to heaven. So if you telling me that, why would I ever be good? I'm going to be torturing babies. I'm going to be so damn evil, nigga. Guess what? I'm going to now be the epitome of evil. I'm going to become the epitome of evil. Because guess what? It don't matter what I do, I can never go to heaven. I might as well make everybody suffer, nigga, because they can go to heaven. I might as well, if you telling me I can never go to heaven, but they can, that's why the Bible told you Satan is in the earth to wage war with the children of God. You just forgot who you are. Satan is here to wage war with you because you can escape this shit. In these beings, they can't. Let's go back to our etymology. What is the Vatican? It is it's an old world squatters organization of transhumans. Nomadic transhumans. And the Vatican is the massive buildings occupied by the popes in Rome, which led the nomad tribe. The popes in Rome, the word Rome just means gypsy. You've been roaming around. I found this shit. It ain't occupied by nobody, so it's mine. Finders, keeper. We're roamers. We're Rome. They just roam around. Right? And Rome came to power during what's called the Age of Discovery or the Age of Exploration. And what they really should call it is the post-reset age, where you wiped out everybody and people started claiming shit because you killed all the original occupants. Instead of them saying that Rome rose to power during the post-reset, they call it the Age of Discovery. And people just finding shit, founding fathers. But check this out, right? They ain't lying to you. What you calling the Vatican is just a bunch of damn squatters. Read that. The massive buildings occupied by the popes in Rome. Now let's read further. The word Latin is mons of Vaticanus. It says right here, the Roman name of the hill on which the papal palace stands. We read on and it says, by extension or synecdoche, papal authority or political power. Stop right there. Stop right there. Rome didn't tell us that. You know what the Roman Catholic Church tell you it is? The Roman Catholic Church is posing as a theological historian organization that's giving humanity the history of humanity, starting with Adam and Eve. You ain't hearing what I'm saying. You ain't hearing me. What we calling the Vatican, read this shit again. Let's break it down. Look at here. First of all, they occupying buildings that don't belong to them. Right? And because of the new owners of these buildings become what? A new authority. But what kind of authority? A papal authority. And what is the word papal? Let's go back to the board. Because what is the word papal, y'all? Let's break it down. See, because the word papal is literally the word paper. Yeah, paper. Written history, bro. You can't make this up. Let me show you something here. Papacy is paper. Papacy. Shout out to Awakening Minds. Papal is paper. And how did this new political power get its authority? Through paper genocide, through written history, through forgery. So if you ask yourself, what kind of authority is it? It's a papal authority. Look at it. The word papal just means paper. It means that the people in power are a fiat authority that was forged by written text. When you say papal authority, you're literally talking about a political body. A body of political power that just rose to power in the 1500s through paper genocide, through forgery. The papal authority. The word papal is an adjective. It's telling you what kind of authority. And you need to know that the word papal is just dealing with what's written. Now listen, this is what you got to realize about this papal authority. It's only in power on paper, not in reality. I'm going to say this one more time and I'm going to go to the goddamn board because you need to hear what I'm saying. This papal authority is only in power on paper. On paper, people. Guess what? The paper ain't real. The paper is only getting power through our belief in faith. So listen, the forged history that the whole world believe in won't exist without their belief. The authority that occupied these buildings after Tartaria only gained power through papal deception by reading and editing and with scribes and scripture and belief in faith in those scripture, in the new forged history, right? The belief and the faith is what gives that power. Y'all hear me? If the whole world stopped believing the false history, the papal authority will cease to exist because its power only come from your belief in faith in the forged version of history that they just came out with in the 1500s. And your belief is hiding millions of years of history before the book of Genesis came to be. You know how many millions of years of history is being hidden behind y'all believing in the literal interpretation that come from the Vatican? So let's move on. It says that by Klein's sources said to be an Etruscan loan word. Wow, that's interesting. A loan word. And unrelated to Vates, soothsayer, prophet, or seer. Do y'all hear that? Do y'all hear that? Do you hear this? Let me break down to you what you hearing, man. Etymology is showing us that the word Vatican literally comes from the word Vates, but it ain't related to it. And they telling you right there that the people who calling themselves the soothsayers and the prophets don't really give us what the original prophets and soothsayers was giving us, because those were the real church. The real church before the pilgrims showed up were soothsayers, prophets, seers, and oracles like the Mayan. But this false synagogue of Satan is a political power and a papal authority, and etymology is actually telling you that. Read it again. It's telling you right here that the word Vates, which is where you get the word Vatican from, ain't even related to the modern term. Because listen, the word Vate, right? It originally meant, it was originally dealing with the ancestral oracles and the carved stone. Them the real prophets and seers, because they was getting out the body like Enoch and they had the natural ability to see the other side. The Vatican, they are transhumans. They can't see the other side, so they're not the true prophets. They're not the true seers. They ain't saw nothing but the earth realm. How the hell they gonna call theyself a seer? That's like a motherfucker that never astral projected telling me that they woke and shit. You got all of these imposters online getting a name and they like astral projection is pseudoscience, and this nigga got a name for teaching about aliens. That's the damn Vatican. Billy Carson and all them. Because when it's time to talk about leaving the earth, they want to water it down, literal interpretation, UFOs, aliens, Jesus Christ, the only one can leave, NASA. But whenever you talking about leaving the earth with astral projection, out of body, us being gods, they'll give you that. But they'll be famous for pushing the aliens and pseudo stuff so that they can cover that up with the literal interpretation. So the aliens were Enoch, the Mayans. The aliens ain't from Earth, y'all. They just visiting Earth. That's us, man. That's the player characters. Quit letting them invert everything and reverse everything, because that's what the Vatican do. They trade places with you because you don't know who you are. They become you. Now, why do they want to become you? Because they squatted on your property. And when they squatted on your property, they squatted on your position in society. What comes along with everything that the popes in Rome occupied after the reset, by them taking all the libraries and the temples, they took the status too from the gods. They took the position in society from the gods and assumed as the teachers and the leaders of the spiritual system on earth. And they replaced us when these people don't even know nothing about ascension, bro. That's right. These people can't even ascend. And y'all listening to them for spirituality. The whole world listening to them, being led astray. So this new entity that's calling itself the Vatican doesn't even fit the word by definition. Because what the word mean in the 1550s, the word Vate becomes the word Vatican. And when it turns into Vatican, it's only talking about a bunch of gypsies occupying buildings, y'all. And that's by the 1550s. So by the time the word become Vatican, we talking about pilgrims and impostors and squatters who assume power through written forgery and papal authority. All right. So now let's go and see what the word Vate mean, because we're now connecting more with the word soothsayer, prophet, right? We're now tapping into more of a original form of Vatican. And then we're going to let's go into that. And now read what it says. 1620s. Vatican, poet or bard. And we're going to break this down to something that should be younger than that. Let's go ahead, read on. It says, Vates means poet or bard, Celtically divine. Because think about what a poet is. A poet is a biblical writer. Because the people that forge history, the people that revise, when they say, listen to me, when they say King James revised the Bible, that's a lie. There were no revisions to no Bible. What happened was there were symbols and carving symbols and archetypes. The Vatican didn't revise no Bible because then no Bible exists to the Vatican. Nobody was writing down on paper. Nobody was writing no books, y'all. The books didn't get written into Gutenberg. And guess when Gutenberg came on the scene? In the 1500s. Guess when the word Vatican come on the scene? In the 1500s. So why do we call the Vatican the papacy? Because when they started printing with the Gutenberg printing press, the first book that they was printing was the literal interpretation of all them ancient symbols. That's what the Vatican is. Read what the word Vate say. An inspired poet. Guess what that is? Man of God who was inspired by God to write the Bible. Look at what it say. Old Irish faith poet. That's the foundation of religion, y'all. Look at this. To blow, spiritually arouse, which is to like seduce you spiritually. From wad, which is mad. Woad is woken, where we get the word Wednesday. Mad, frenzied. Look at there. God name wood, which is Wotan, which is the wooden cross concept. When your symbol is a wood cross, the reason why symbols have why Christians worship a wooden cross is why. It's alchemy, y'all, and it's spiritual magic, because the Vatican is hiding the spiritual realm behind the four elements. But behind the three elements, earth, water, wind, earth, water, wind, and fire. Like I said earlier, out of all the four elements, the most dense one is earth, which would be represented by wood. So when it come to earth, water, wind, and fire, wood would be denser than all of the other ones. So them making you think about a wooden cross for salvation is them inverting the truth, because they making you think about the densest element for light, which is to not weigh nothing, to be light as a to a sin. And you're thinking about some heavy like wood, and that interpret into heavy emotions like mourning and death energy, like a funeral. And that's what church is. It's you constantly cloaking and distorting your aura with negative energy. And that negative energy is like a weight on your back, keeping you from ascending. Because listen, it's deeper than Christ on the cross. It's the idea that the cross is a symbol of salvation, and the cross is made out of some physical. It's the idea that something made out of the elements can save your soul. And again, that's blasphemy. Earth, water, wind, and fire can't save a soul, because your soul transcends the four elements. So anybody telling you that the four elements, anything that's formed or fashioned from the four elements can give you immortality, guess what they giving you? The teachings of the transhumans. Sanchez, how is that the teaching of the transhumans? Let's go back here. The transhumans achieve immortality by using earth, water, wind, and fire, the elements, technology. The people that's trying to get you to see salvation through physics, they trying to get you to see going to heaven with rockets and something physical. They want you to see immortality as something gained through a physical element, when immortality is something gained by us transcending the physical elements. You see the backwards inversion that we got going on? Like, this wooden cross gonna save you, when really your soul can't even interact with wood, water, fire. The same people telling you fire can burn your soul is telling you wood can save your soul. Or a blood sacrifice of a physical body that's made out of flesh can save you. But the bottom line is something physical has to save you, because they trapping you from sin beyond earth, water, wind, and fire, because they don't want you to know the net state of matter is greater than all of them, and you made out of it. So when they take away that state of matter, what our soul is made out of, now they can fool you that the only thing that exists is earth, water, wind, and fire. And if that's all you know exists, you will never even begin to understand what you are as an immortal being, because you confined to the cube, and the cube is earth, water, wind, and fire. And I'll show you that on the board just to be a little thorough here for visuals. So let's go and do that. I'm going to put the mic down and smoke, and we're going to write some stuff on the board. I'm going to rest my mouth for like 1 minute, and we'll teach with the visuals real quick. Let's do it. Okay. X marks the spot. And Jesus was put to death on a cross. Jesus carried a cross because the pineal gland sits right in the middle of the four hemispheres of the brain. The cube of Saturn is the cross. The reason Jesus carried the cross is because Jesus was inside the cube. So when you're walking and you're in a cube, you're inside of it. But resurrection is the reason why resurrection is a cross is because when you unfold a cube, you get a cross. So if you take a box and you unfold the box, you will get a cross. And when Jack pops out of his box, it's because he's breaking through the veil. Jesus ascending to heaven is just another story of Jack in a box, Jacob's ladder. Again, the serpent ascending. This is your graduation hat. If you look at a graduation hat from a top-down view, you would get this seal of these four corners. And if you look at the Mercator map and the North Pole, it's this same concept. The four elements are synonymous with the four seasons, the four cardinal directions. All of that is the same thing as earth, water, wind, and fire. These four universal angles of lower forms of light that fail to make the cube of Saturn. This is how the soul get in the body. The world around you isn't physical, is a light code matrix, and what we call an earth, water, wind, and fire surrounding us or putting the soul in the world, right? You're in the middle of earth, water, wind, and fire. But here's what it looked like. This is what it looked like right here. Look. You in the middle of the universe is creating these four corners. So if you look at the electromagnetic energy field, it splits like the four hemispheres of the brain. Because the four hemispheres of the brain, you got a left brain, right brain, and a up brain and a low brain. You got a higher brain and a lower brain. That's called the pituitary and the pineal gland. But also you got a left and a right brain. So when you see Catholics do like this and make the cross, they showing you the four hemispheres of the brain. That's the divine crossing. That's the path of the Taurus field. And it's happening within you and around you. This same fractal code. And it's creating these four sections. You see the four sections? A upper, lower, left, and a right one. And that creates the prison around you, and it looks like what? A gate or a fence. Look like a fence keeping you in. But that represents the physical construct. Remember, physical is what? Phi cycle. And this represents the phi symbol, PHI, if you look up the symbol for phi. So physical is just the phi, it's the cycle of your light through the four elements. And that cycle will end when your light reaches a high enough vibration to transcend these four elements. Because what we're made of is greater than earth, water, wind, and fire. But it has to be activated. So that dot in the middle of the cross is like the genie in the lamp. See, what's happening is like what they tell you about a hyperbolic star. At the core of the nucleus of a star, it implodes on itself. And when the star implodes on itself and it reaches a point where it can never fall into itself no more, then like a trampoline, all that energy comes back out again. And now we see before a star explodes, it implodes. And that's to say, inhale and exhale. I'm going into the simulation. I'm leaving the simulation. And that code is even played out when we breathe. Contraction and expansion. So, this here, right? Let's go ahead and see, because this right here, what I'm showing you here, is this right here. So you're within the elements, but the elements ain't solid. They're not physical. They are the light that's being projected from within you around you, just like I'm showing you here. You're literally creating the world around you by turning your own inner light into a lower vibration. When you slow down the vibration of your own light, you give birth to the four elements around the light of creation. And that is represented by what I'm showing you right here. The four elements around the center point, because that center point represents the birthplace of earth, water, wind, and fire. What gave birth to the elements? Light. In the beginning was light. Let there be light. But they ain't telling you who's light. Every human, once they are conceived in this world, conception is your consciousness being reactivated in this simulation. And once your light is activated, it expands around itself and you become a human inside the world. But basically, you're blinded by the expansion of your own light being ejected around you. You're in your own mushroom cloud. Right? And another thing that I like to compare this to is an underwater splash. Let me show you. The world around you was created the moment your soul fell and made impact with the waters below. The auric field around you can be seen as an underwater splash that a diver create. And for a few seconds, the diver can't see clearly. You can't see clearly because you're blinded by the impact. When you landed, you're not born yet, right? Because birth means to see the real world beyond the veil. You still a soul. You landed in the water, right? You're here. You're in the underworld beneath the water, just like this diver, right? But the reason you can't see the real world is because your birth process ain't fully over. The last part of your birth process is like this diver waiting for the underwater splash pattern to dissipate. So we can't see the real world, just like this diver can't see them fish right there in front of it. Look at it. So the world you see is a distorted version of the world, to where your own impact energy kicked up so much dust with conception, you ain't fully through being born yet. When you were born and the sperm hit the egg, basically conception is still happening. They told you that when you were born, right, there was a big light. Boom, conception. That was the Big Bang. And it's an expanding universe. Once the universe fully expands, that's like saying that this underwater splash pattern is dissipated, and now this diver can see the real world. When you first dive into this reality, you can't see it clearly. And I'm giving you a parable so you can understand what I'm saying. It's just like this diver, right? So all of the new souls that just dove into this place, we have a veil around us, just like this diver. But what you call a lifetime is very brief, just like this pattern, this cloud around the diver. It'll leave in a minute, right? It's only gonna be there for a few minutes or like a second or two, but that's your whole lifetime. What you calling a human lifetime is just you being a baby soul entering a new world, and you can't see it for what it is because you're blinded by your own wake, your own impact of entry. So all of the new souls are blinded with the veil, just like all of the new divers. But what happens is death is this splash pattern dissipating. That's what's separating living people from dead people. So when your loved ones pass away, they ain't gone nowhere. They can see you, you just can't see them. It's just that your forefathers been under this water for so long, they splash pattern been dissipated. That's like saying my grandma passed away. She ain't gone nowhere. She's still here with you. She just can see clear now, and you still blinded by the simulation. But when you die, people gonna think you left, but really your veil has been removed. You ain't a baby no more. So Neo in his little matrix pod is like the new divers in their own underwater splash pattern. And that own underwater splash pattern represent every mistake you need to make to see clearly. You're going to bump your head, but ain't nobody mad at you. Why? We expect a blindfolded person to make mistakes. So the whole concept of, oh, you made a wrong decision, so you going to burn in hell, that's the Vatican line of y'all. We didn't have a guilt trip spiritual system. Every mistake you made, it was the universe knew you was gonna make it. Just like all the ancestors know that the new baby's gonna spill shit. Young people make mistakes, and new divers make mistakes because they can't see clearly. It's expected. No one expect a baby to get it right. And when you realize you're a baby, you will see that the Vatican is lying to you, and it's a guilt trip. It's okay to make mistakes and do wrong, but it ain't okay to not learn from them. I'm going to say that again. It's okay to make mistakes and do wrong, but it ain't okay not to learn from it, man. That's unacceptable. We expected to make mistakes. We here to learn from them, though. And learning from your mistakes is removing the veil. Learning from your mistakes is making this veil dissipate faster. You see what I'm saying? This is what the electromagnetic field around the body is. You want to know how it get there? Because when your soul impacted with the waters below as a fallen angel, when you fell into this realm, you created a bubble of energy around yourself. And here it is. Now look at the top of it. You see what your crown chakra is? Look at your crown chakra. See, your crown chakra don't shape that way for no reason. The reason your crown chakra shapes like this, like a vortex coming out the head, and the reason your crown chakra expands up higher than you, meaning that the energy that you are that's flowing through your body and around your body is really you. Your body is just an anchor for that energy, intercepting it and creating a torus field and making the energy recycle itself through the field over and over and over every day. That's how time is created. Because you're in the middle of the universe. And you are creating time based upon how much time you need to learn what you need to learn. Time is an illusion. Time ends when God wake up. Time is how much time you've been elapsed in the simulation in the dream. And that time isn't what we call real time. It's simulation time. So you can spend 100 years in that time and it ain't nothing but a day in regular time. Because a year for God is like a second. Because in our real world, we only been asleep for a little while. But in a simulation, we've been reincarnating for a long time. But when we wake up out of here, we ain't been gone that long from the base reality. But the reason that the crown chakra shaped this way is because the same reason this underwater splash pattern leads back to the surface. This pattern has this UFO line that connects your auric field below to your impact above. When you interacted with the water and you broke the waters, when your mama waters broke, that was when your soul start to wrap itself in this illusion that you call a torus field. This what conception is. It's your soul landing in the waters, the fetal waters. When your soul land in those waters, it creates a veil around itself, the energy field. That energy field is life. That's the expanding universe. It will dissipate. And when it dissipates, you will see the real world. So that's why your auric field connects to the heavens through that lifeline that goes up to the crown. It's because that's when you made impact with the waters. So it's leading you back out to the place where you dove in at. So that's why every human got a star in the sky. Every star in the sky that you see is someone who broke open the veil by impacting the water. It's a new diver. Imagine all the old divers being at the bottom of the ocean, but they looking up and they see these twinkling lights. And every time one light fade away, a new one pop up. Because if you at the bottom of this ocean, the stars are like new divers coming in, and what you call a twinkling star is gonna die out because the underwater splash pattern gonna dissipate. So every star in the sky is eventually gonna burn out, implode, explode, and keep repeating the same thing. That's like a bunch of people at the swimming pool, and we keep going back out the water to dive in again. And every time we dive back in the water again, we're becoming better divers. We're mastering this. We diving better and better. We're learning it. This life getting better and better. We're mastering it. Because what happens is when you're diving, the more you dive into the water, the less you disturb it. The most experienced divers can dive into the water and not make a splash pattern. And that's what we're trying to learn. We're trying to learn how to enter these waters without making this ugly little cloud around us to blind us. That's what becoming a god is. It's becoming a skillful diver, to where when you say be in the world but not of the world, I can enter the waters and break the waters without disturbing the waters. People will say that's impossible. No, it ain't. That's a skillful diver. It's possible for you to fall from the highest diving board and make not a splash at all. And that's what your soul is trying to do. Reincarnation ain't stop. Listen, let me give you something to think about. Quit using fear, y'all. Quit looking at reincarnation as a bad thing. You got to start looking at reincarnation like, you know what? I dove in the water and I disturbed it too much. Let me climb back up here on this damn diving board, and I'm going to keep on diving in this water till I get this right. That ain't reincarnation, y'all. That's practice. That's practice. That's right. Don't let them get you with the fear mongering. You need to redefine everything in a positive way, because that's going to liberate you, because love over fear, understanding over ignorance. Fear going to keep you blinded. Anything making you scared, look for a positive way to reinterpret it to motivate yourself. That's why I said, I'm not in a prison, I'm in a school. The people that's looking at this place like a prison is because they don't want to learn. Because school is a prison for dummies. All the dummies that hate learning, they look at school like a damn prison, don't it? People that love learning, they don't look at school like no prison. They get butterflies with. How many of y'all can relate to this? This how I know you're a nerd. Can you relate to them mornings where you get butterflies to go to school because we talking about a fire-ass topic in our science book today? Some of y'all like, for real? You got excited about going? Yes, dude. Because I was a globe head. And when we talking about space and shit that I'm interested in about like getting off the earth and what's beyond the earth, I couldn't wait to go to, I can be sick and I'm still going to school and we talking about certain topics. Because I was involved. I raised my hand. I was interactive in class. My teachers will tell you. It was certain topics, though, certain subjects. Not all of them, you know. But that's the thing, like school was the shit for me. Because I get to show out like I was paying attention. I got the answer right. You know what I'm saying? Realizing now we was being programmed and indoctrinated. So we was getting that shit wrong. You know. False ego. Drop a one if you poured up a drink with me when we started. I invited everyone to turn this into a little old session where we were going to enjoy a couple of drinks because Miss make me a drink. But drop a one if y'all was joining me with the spirits for Bobby Hemmett. Salutes to that. Drop a one whoever sipping with me. Let me see who's sipping with me. See who's sipping with me, man. Come on, man. Y'all don't be no party poople. Because guess what? Some of y'all might say, well, look, I don't drink scotch or liquor or whiskey. I got wine too, man. Ain't no excuses. You're going to be social with us and chill. If we have an event, all that bougie shit, man, we ain't with that bougie shit, man. Shut up, sit down, let me pour you up a little drink, man, and then drink the shit, bro. Don't be rude. So that's how we do it. You know, ain't no excuses. Well, I don't drink whiskey. Well, we got wine. You want wine? We're going to put the spirits out. We're going to light the incense, and we're going to dial into those vibes. You know what I'm saying? It ain't what you do, it's how you do it. The intent, that's the ritual. I learned that from Bobby Hemmett. Oh, we got a couple folks at the bar with us tonight. The bar is open on a Monday. Boy, that's some real, look at it. But we just taking it light though, light work. Let me fire up the joint, man. We ain't through with the etymology. I'm taking my time. You know, when I pulled up the drink, that's like putting gas in the car. And y'all done got me wired now. It's on now. So we finna dig deep. We ain't through yet.
Sánchez Cocinado.
We learning a lot. Y'all been with me since day one. You saw when I didn't know nothing. That's why I don't care when folks be like, here, agent. Bro, I've been doing this for a decade. People saw me coming in as an agent. I used to be an agent, but it was because I didn't know no better. I was a Pan-African. I was a baby with the knowledge, bro. I was around here scared of the Baphomet and shit. Hey, hold on. I'm finna show y'all I'm a real one. Guess how you know I'm a real one? Drop a one right now if y'all remember when I was around here teaching that the Baphomet is evil and spooky and all that. Now look what I'm teaching. And the reason I'm bringing that up because Brother Panic came out and was checking everybody about the Baphomet before he passed. He was like, listen, y'all are into fear mongering. This stuff ain't that spooky. It's teaching about consciousness. Look, Brother Panic was ahead of me. That's why I said I'm a student to Brother Panic. To Bobby Hemmett and all them. The reason I'm a student to them, they was the first people that's like, I'm not scared of this shit. Ain't no boogeyman. Fuck it, it's just a symbol, nigga. Like, okay, it's the devil. It's the beast. It's the serpent. It's a Baphomet. I'm just getting there now. And people can tell y'all they've watched my growth, bro. That's how you know I'm not no damn industry plant, nigga. I got people that have grown with me over 10 years in this community, dog. That's right. I'm stamped and I ain't going nowhere, bro. I'm one of them ones over here. And it ain't because of my ego or what I've done. I've gained the respect of the people by putting the work in, bro. By being thorough and consistent with the information. And when you do that, people can see your growth. They can see the corrections you made. They can see how you evolved to where you at now, and they can trust it because they know it's built on years of trial and error, seeing what work and what don't. Times I had to admit that I was wrong, plenty of times. That takes putting your ego to side because you know that you want the truth and it ain't about you. That's how my information evolved and was built. That's why it do that to y'all. People watch this shit age like fine wine, and now we get to drink it. And cheers, baby. We aged this shit so long, and it's the most beautiful. That's what the knowledge is in this community. We didn't rush it, bro. This shit aged with years. And so when we open up this bottle, that's gonna be some good drink, baby. Cause we aged it with patience. It ain't no industry plant shit. The shit I'm teaching gonna outlive me so long. What I'm laying down. Back to the etymology. Vates, bro. Look at the word vate, though. The word vate means an inspired poet. And what is the Vatican? A bunch of scribes forging history with divine inspiration. See, the Bible is poetic propaganda for the Vatican. It ain't history, it's Shakespearean poetry. All right? Medieval Shakespearean age poetry. Why is it? Ask yourself this, right? Why the hell was the Bible written in Victorian Shakespearean language? Because the knowledge that's being hidden with the literal interpretation of the Bible and the Vatican was being transcribed and plagiarized from people who created the Victorian era, Tartarian era. So what you call Victorian architecture, which is Vatican style buildings, this complicated architecture that we can't reduplicate it from the Victorian era, right? What is Victorian mean? Victory. But what was they talking about victory over? Ignorance. The Victorian age is knowledge, is Tartaria, free energy. Victory, liberation, resurrect. We were triumphing in science and spirituality. It was a golden age. So the Victorian era is the golden age, and what ended the Victorian era is what we in now. And the people who established themselves in all of the buildings that have that Victorian architecture, they call themselves the Vatican. These people, what you got to realize when you say Rome, the word Rome, right? The word Rome was never synonymous with romance and being romantic. The word Rome is dealing with some filthy, barbaric nomads who wasn't romantic, they weren't friendly, and they were beasts and savages. When they came in contact with our ancestors, we introduced them to high up class shit, Victorian shit, and romance and being romantic. Because them barbarians didn't know nothing about romance and being romantic. They was graping they women. They had a god called Pan. Tell me I'm lying. Talking about y'all Rome is romantic. That's because you turned what the word that it mean to be romantic, Y'all just renamed that action after y'all. So when we having love with a woman and slow rolling our woman, they say you're acting romantic when you're really acting the opposite of the Romans. You acting Tartarian when you be romantic with your woman. But they just renamed the action with they word romantic, right? So they're writing the Bible in a like Victorian style language, but that style of language and poetry isn't even theirs. This is barbarians posing, bro. You're posing like the gods. And you can prove what I'm saying too, that a lot of the Victorian and concepts from the Victorian age are anti-Catholic Church, anti-Rome, you just like the Statue of Liberty. Y'all ain't about liberty and equality for all. You telling me you built that statue, but the statue represent everything you go against. Yeah, right. Yeah, you inherited. You're a squatter, and you claim all of this stuff that wasn't yours, and the people who made this stuff, they said it means equality, liberation. And that's the history you can't erase. And it exposes you. The stones exposes them. The statues exposes them because they don't embody the values that these symbols originally represent, which is why they the only people trying to reinterpret these symbols. They the only people trying to escape the law, y'all. The law of karma with blood sacrifice and somebody dying on a cross for their sins. Because these are the condemned devils y'all following. So that's what a word vates mean. But we ain't going to stop there. We going to go even deeper, be even thorough. The word vate is also related to the word vaticinate. To vaticinate someone, which is a verb, is to tell their future. Now watch this, y'all. What if I told you, if I got the power to tell you your future, I'm really programming your future? Because I know what you thinking. You thinking like Cleo the Psychic. Somebody going to sit down, tell me the future, and it's going to play out. And you thinking some kind of magic and all that. But guess what you need to be thinking? Prophecy. The Bible is telling you what's going to happen. And even though you know what's going to happen, you can't stop it. It's like deja vu. I know what's about to happen, but I can't stop it. Guess why, y'all? We in a simulation and you ain't got free will. Tomorrow already written. It was written out before I was even born for me to be saying exactly what I'm saying right now. Our ancestors said there are no such thing as random events. What are they telling you? That you're in a pre-programmed simulation. Let's simplify this shit. If someone say, look, you can't have an original thought, what are they telling you? All of your thoughts are signals that's being broadcasted from a higher realm. So by the time you get the thought, it'll never be original. It's just a copy. It's an echo. Everything our ancestors were saying, they was trying to tell us we're in a simulation. Now let's do some more etymology with the Vatican. Because to vaticinate a group of people is to rewrite their history so that you can foretell their future, right? Because the thing is, if I give you a false history, right? If I say to you, after I steal your clothes and strip you naked, you forgot that I stole your clothes, but you looking at yourself naked while everybody else got clothes and you asking me questions. So I got to give you a new history on how you got naked. Because I don't want to let you know I stole your clothes because you forgot about it. My new history is going to be your future actions. Because think about, if I say I stole your clothes from you, and if I give you the real history of why you naked as hell right now, you going to come after me, man, because I'm telling you I stole your clothes. So after I steal your clothes and you forget about it, I got to give your new ignorant mind that don't know why you naked a new history on why you naked. And guess what my new history gonna be? God stole your clothes because you wasn't worshiping them hard enough.
Sánchez Cocinado.
If you want your clothes back, you need to pay your tithes. If you want your clothes back, you need to obey your earthly masters. So I just rewrote your history, and by doing that, I'm controlling all of the future actions you about to take. Because guess what you about to do now? Drop to your knees and pray for your clothes back. You ain't gonna come beat me up to take them back. You're gonna come serve me now. Because I didn't take your clothes because I wanted your clothes. I took your clothes to leverage them to gain slavery over you. So instead of you being an enemy, you're now a slave, and because you're thanking me because I gave you clothes that you didn't have. But you don't know I'm the one stole them from you in the first place. But see, because I gave you a new history, I can predict everything you about to do. I can go and say, guess what this naked ass nigga about to do? He about to start praying and worshiping me for his clothes. Sanchez, how you know that? Because I lied to him about why he naked. I told him he's naked because he turned away from the Most High. So what you think he gonna do to get clothes on? He gonna go to church every goddamn day. And I know what he gonna do before he do it in this situation. And it ain't cause I'm prophetic. It's cause I'm a damn thief and I'm using magic. I'm using the power of spelling and writing. The pen is mightier than the sword. The person that's defining your history is shaping your future, buddy. You can't do one without the other. Once you change my history, you change my future. And until I get my real history back, I won't get my real future back. So if we keep going toward hell in a handbasket, in the ghetto, in the hood, we getting worse and worse, killing each other, our future don't look promising, it's because we need to correct what we believe about our past. A lot of people today is telling us, fuck the past. Who cares about the past? We got to worry about the future. And them the people that's pushing the new world order, the technological. We ain't got time to study what about the ancestors. But we got time to go on TikTok. We got time to watch the football game. We got time to watch the basketball game. But we ain't got no time. Who cares about what happened in the past? We got to get money. Brother, you can do all of that and still learn about your ancestors, man. That's an agenda. You can watch football, do all that, and still have time to connect with your ancestral roots and question the shit they telling you. That's laziness. That's dropping the ball, and that's an agenda that's being ran. And that's why I said, bro, ain't no redemption for you for being ignorant, bro. Ain't no mercy for ignorant people. If you don't believe me, look at our people right now. They sweet as hell. They nice, but they dumb. So guess what? We at the bottom and we suffering. The universe don't care how nice you is, man. You know why? You ain't nice to yourself if you don't love yourself enough to seek truth. If you know that everything you've been taught come from liars and you too lazy to go redefine your reality, you can't blame the universe for you being at the bottom when knowledge is power and you ain't seeking it. That's sloth. That's one of the 7 deadly sins. You talking about, well, I'm full of love, Sanchez. Bro, you can love the whole world and not love yourself and reincarnate. You can be sweet as hell, but you weren't sweet enough to yourself to get that damn lie out your head. You didn't love yourself enough to say, man, I love myself. I don't want nobody lying to me. I got too much self-respect to be dumbed down and be a victim of some liar that bamboozled me. I love myself. So you may say, but Sanchez, I donate to the homeless. I give shoes to kids, but you don't give knowledge to yourself, nigga. I give food to the homeless people, but you don't give knowledge to your damn self. And you want the universe to just give you a pass for being dumb as hell just because you sweet, huh? Nuh-uh. The universe gave you a mind, and until you activate it, you ain't going to unlock your potential. And I love that. I like that thing. I like the way the universe got it. I'm glad we in a simulation, and I'm glad that the only way out is for you to master yourself. Aha, you in a simulation. Your soul stuck, nigga. And you can't get out either until you do what's right. I love it. And guess what? People hate this simulation. I love it, man. I love this simulation. I love this world because this world make you stronger, nigga. This world is a cocoon for a caterpillar. I'm going to tell you about people who don't like cocoons. They don't like transformation. Caterpillars that hate cocoons don't become butterflies. Guess what, y'all? People look at this world around them and they hate it because they hate learning. Everywhere they turn, they bumping their head and they want to play victim. Knowledge is power. Guess what? Why am I bumping my head? Why I keep doing this shit and getting that result? If you don't become a problem solver, you can stay a victim and keep reincarnating. Can't nobody free your ass but yourself. And laziness ain't gonna be no excuse, nigga. The creator gave you a mind and not using it, guess what they say? A mind a terrible thing to waste. They didn't say nothing about nothing else now. I never heard a belief is a terrible thing to waste. I never heard, goddamn it, an arm is a terrible thing to waste. The saying goes, a mind is a terrible thing to waste, nigga. Once you lose your ability to think critically, you can't make it out. Ignorance is your biggest enemy, nigga. It ain't that you ain't nice. Listen, man, our people nice as hell. Ain't nobody more nicer than us. We give with all our heart. Why are we at the bottom, though? Because it's a law, right? Knowledge is power. It didn't say being nice is power. The people who in power, they ain't nice. They just knowledgeable. If you want to learn how to be in power in this simulation, seek knowledge. Because even if when people say, nope, seek money, bro, when you seek the knowledge, the money gonna come to you with the law of attraction. If you seek the money for the knowledge, you're gonna become a hamster on a wheel. I got the knowledge, so guess what? I can sit right here and the money comes to me. And this ain't no flex. Let me give a shout out to the people donating. War fatigued. Appreciate Sanchez Sunday sermon. It's the good cathedral. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate the love. I spent a lot of my life on a hamster wheel. I made myself valuable to y'all by filling my mind up with ancestral knowledge, because not only was I craving a connection to the ancestors and an alternative viewpoint for my reality, because the one I was born and indoctrinated with didn't make no sense, I knew that a lot of people were seeking that too, some sort of enlightenment, understanding. Once I found it, I realized what I was doing wasn't just for me, and I was actually making myself valuable enough to provide a service that people would support. And I ain't know that at the time. I was just trying to see what happened when you die. I'm from the Bible Belt. The idea of hell always made me scared. And if I'm gonna be honest, if I never would have been a kid that was so scared of hell like I was, I probably wouldn't even be where I'm at right now. When I was a little bitty boy and they first told me about hell and the devil, bro, I was fucking traumatized. Like, I was traumatized. That's why I was in the church, man. Like, I was in and out of the church. And it was just, I just couldn't accept the fact that if there's something else besides hell that makes sense, I knew I would like that, even though the Bible was telling me, don't you lean into your own understanding. Some in me, even as a child, knew it's because if I get exposed to something that make more sense, it may change my paradigm. You know, I knew that. Because they telling you, have faith and believe. Don't have proof and facts. Some of us can't sleep with that. And we rebel, and the rebellion is, I'm gonna choose knowledge and truth and facts over belief and faith. Because we told to seek to just use belief and faith. But a lot of us rebel. And when we do, what are we told? You think you know everything. That's the first thing they tell us. And what they saying is, you're saying a bunch of stuff outside of our indoctrination. What makes you right and all of us wrong? Because all of us believe in Jesus and the literal interpretation, and we got faith and all that. So how you right and we wrong? That's what it's consensus based. It's a voting system. And the majority rule, but that don't mean the majority right. It just means they rule. They run everything. So the people that's right, it ain't like you're going to be rewarded physically. Your reward is when you die, you will transcend this place with the knowledge you've acquired. So if that ain't nothing you really excited about, then you'll be like this dude right here. Fuck that, plug me back in and just make me rich in the simulation, So the literal interpretation got us praising Christ instead of raising vibration. Because Christ means energy. Praise, take the P off, is just raise. In the old world, we was teaching people to raise your vibration for immortality. That turned into, Christ wasn't a person. Christ is the name of our energy. It's like saying your spirit, your vibration. So when you told a person to praise Christ, the word praise means to uplift, You was literally saying uplift your kundalini, raise your vibration and frequency, and you can be immortal. But the literal interpretation became praise Christ and you will get immortality. And the new literal interpretation got people worshiping graven images versus raising their kundalini. That's the end of this lecture. Make it go viral. Make it go viral, man, because this is a direct attack against the papacy. What we do over here is what got Jesus crucified. You don't get roses for this. You get unplugged. let me go back down these donations here. That away, man, I want to say thank you. He says, finally, Bro Panic is in the building, and Bobby. Oh, yeah, man, you pull up them drinks and them spirits start coming to you. That's why it says spirits. When we all on a certain frequency and energy, and we call on our for ancestors and stuff, and partake in the rituals they did, we aligning ourselves with the frequency of Bobby Hemmett, Brother Panic, and all that. So they are communing, they are here with us in spirit, in energy. That's what made the show so classic. I think we need to start doing that more. Real talk, our own little rituals to take shit to the next level. Let me give a shout out to Voodoo Child. Appreciate the love, Voodoo Child, as always. And I want to give a shout out to Killer Jovovich for being a member. To Voodoo Child. For sure. Shout out to Miss Make Me a Drink once again for the support. Shout out to D. Allen Warren. D. Allen, I appreciate the love as always. Awesome, outstanding. Thank you. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Shout out to Jewel. Shout out to you, Jewel, for being a mod, for being a member, and for gifting the membership. Somebody got gifted a membership by Jewel. I hope y'all is, don't forget to thank the sister, and we appreciate Jewel for that. That was nice. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate that. And shout out to Jay Scaramella. Jay said mic drop for sure, man. We had a lot of mic drops tonight. That's facts right there. Shout out to Chocolate Pepper. Awareness is the first step. No, that's just facts though. Awareness is the first step. And shout out to Chocolate Pepper for being a member too. And shout out to 11 Eons for the $20 super chat. I'm grateful for the knowledge you share. Thank you, Brother Sanchez. I appreciate y'all for just being who y'all are too. Ain't no community without like minds. So trust me, it is mutual. Appreciate you, 11. And shout out to my brother Chill Will. What's good, Chill Will? Said epic stream, gems, you dropping in straight up flow state. Appreciate that, man. That's why I be calling these out last, because you can peep the flow state. You see when the download coming in, you got to get a transmission right away. Say, hope the family picking them up. Much obliged for your continued research and undeniable teaching. Salutes. Well, listen, appreciate you for y'all's continued support, funding my research and sponsoring not my work, our work, the ancestors' work. You know what I'm saying? Try to change that around. It ain't like you're funding my work. I want to kind of change that. So, yeah, it's like we're fueling an awakening is what it's really doing. It's fueling an awakening. Because it gives me the time to do the research, and that research bring forth enlightenment. So you're funding a spiritual war. War ain't just physical. The real war is spiritual, because stuff happened in the spiritual before it happened in the physical. Well, you know, we're like the infantry, but people think the infantry are physical grunts. Is literally people that sacrifice the desires of the world to seek enlightenment. Like, y'all don't think I had dreams? You don't think that I wanted to be like a big time rapper with ice all on my neck and all this stuff? And I want to pursue these dreams. Like, a lot of people look at what I'm doing like he failed at this, so he doing that. When the truth is, what I'm doing now absorbed my whole life and stopped me from even really pursuing anything else 100%. Because no matter what I was doing in life, I was always asking deep questions with the spirit of inquisition. That separated me. But in my isolation, I was able to answer my own questions. That's what the monks are doing. They going within for these answers. And then that's making yourself valuable to now where you can go out and free others for real. But let me give a shout out to Chill Will, man. Y'all making me reflect, and we on these drinks. Let me finish my drink before we go. Boy, this was a good bill. Really looking forward to the next one. I really enjoy y'all. Shout out to Sally McDermott once again, sister. I appreciate you because you sent in a couple of them and you always supporting. And I want to say appreciate you. Shout out to Sally and shout out to War Fatigue. I may be broke, yet I gotta give props to bro. Listen, man, I appreciate any and every little thing you send. I'm humble. And, you know, I just appreciate y'all, brother. I don't take y'all donations for granted because I know it is hard times. And let me give a shout out to Miss Make Me a Drink. What do woodworm mean? Woodworm is actually the name of an absinthe, a bitter drink, believe it or not. So when they talk about woodworm in the Bible, of them making the waters turn bitter, again, if we take that literally, people are gonna look for the rivers and oceans to turn bitter. But it is some truth to that, because if you want to say that the water on earth is being polluted, then yeah. But the people who wrote about woodworm in the Bible wasn't really talking about that, even though you can make that connection and you won't be wrong. Right? But woodworm is, look this up, is actually some kind of elixir that they made and drunk on purpose. So when they talk about the water being bitter and polluted, they saying that the water was killing people and making them sick. But the real woodworm water is some sort of spiritual concoction that's supposed to bring forth like a psychedelic, if I'm not mistaken, or something, but y'all can look it up. It's the absinthe bitter spirit. It's like alcohol. It's like how we drink and liquor or whatever, but it's something different though. It ain't quite wine or liquor. I touched on it briefly. I might have to touch on that again now that you say that. But woodworm is some kind of man-made concoction, and it probably some of our technology and knowledge that's watered down now. Because, you know, I told y'all we had natural ways to get out the body. Everybody wasn't transhumans. So even though you had the transhumans, they was using technology to get out the body. We was using mushrooms, herbs, breathing techniques, meditation techniques. So when I talk about the natural ways of getting out the body, I'm talking about drinking alcohol, drinking ambrosias, taking mushrooms, and while you doing that, meditation techniques, certain little practice and stuff like that. And we were able to astral project, lucid dream, and just shift the consciousness at will. And basically we was always in an alternate mindset, or what you call under the influence. If it wasn't from mushrooms or some sort of concoction, it was through breathing techniques, because they found out you can trigger alternative mind states without touching no outside anything, just through breathing. So if you're mixing breathing techniques with mushrooms, with spirits, Man, your ass is traveling the whole cosmos, bro, for real. Like you up out this bitch. So our ancestors were what does it mean to be in an alternate mind state at all time? It's to be a multi-dimensional being. A person under the influence in an alternate mind state, they are simultaneously existing in two realities at one. So it ain't like we're drug addicts or anything. The word drug is the root word of drag, which where you get the word dragon from. And the dragon was a drunken beast. The thing about this whole dragon, them banning mushrooms and ayahuasca and all that, it's because shamanism was the old world spiritual system. When I'm telling you about the pre-reset systems, that's what it was about. Herbs, concoctions, grapes and white spirits. Believe it or not, the stuff we doing today was way more potent and way more stronger, and it did way more for us than what we did today. Like this, the watered down version. They watering down everything. Like I'm telling you, they'll pull you up some shit in Tartaria that'll have you up out this world in a few minutes. They say, look here, swallow these, hit this shit, and drink this. You gonna be out and you'll be on the planet Saturn in no time, nigga. Trust me. But now, real talk, this was space travel. This how we was traveling the heavens, bro. We was sitting around drinking and smoking the same shit we doing now. Now, that may sound crazy to y'all, but guess what? They demonized our spiritual system. And if you smoking, you can't be a slave. You can't get a job. You can't do what they're saying. We're begging them to legalize herbs when there's over 1,000 chemicals in our food that ain't legal in other countries, but they legal here. We begging them to legalize mushrooms and marijuana plants, but fluoride in your water, and that's legal. They got all kind of bullshit in your food that's legal, but a plant will be called a drug, and you're a junkie because you partaked in it. So everything backwards, and they got everyone, it's an incentive for you not to go the ancestral way.